d'émissions de gaz à effet de serre à l'horizon 2030. Lancer un programme visant à planter 1 milliard d'arbres à l'horizon 2023. Élargir notre mix énergétique en combinant l'hydroélectricité, le solaire, la biomasse, etc. Le plan national stratégique de développement ainsi que les politiques publiques sectorielles qui en découlent se fondent sur cette vision. Par ailleurs, la protection des droits des communautés locales et des peuples autochtones est capitale. Nous nous engageons à en tenir compte dans notre stratégie d'industrialisation, d'investissements agricoles et dans la gouvernance forestière. La réorientation envisagée des productions agro-industrielles vers des zones savanicoles, c'est-à-dire hors des zones forestières et des tourbières, cristallise la volonté claire de mon pays à conserver les forêts des communautés locales et à garantir les droits des peuples autochtones. J'encourage les investissements structurants ainsi que les partenariats constructifs en direction des pays du bassin du Congo, dont la République démocratique du Congo représente les 60%. Mesdames et messieurs, pour clore mon propos, je voudrais souligner qu'outre l'urgente question de mobilisation des ressources adéquates, il faut joindre à cela plus de synergie d'action et de mutualisation de nos efforts à tous les niveaux. C'est dans cette perspective que la République démocratique du Congo approuve la déclaration de ce sommet et se trouve disposée à travailler en partenariat avec d'autres pays en vue d'atteindre les objectifs que nous nous sommes assignés. Je vous remercie.
Merci. Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je vous remercie pour votre déclaration, non seulement au niveau de l'importance synergique avec l'énergie propre, l'industrialisation et la nécessité aussi de prendre en compte les peuples autochtones. J'aimerais demander maintenant au président du Gabon, et monsieur, vous pourriez aller aux lectures ici à gauche. Monsieur le Président Ali Bongo, je sais que vous allez nous expliquer aussi l'importance de tout ce que vous faites au niveau des déclarations du Congo pour maintenir intactes les forêts. Encore un grand merci pour votre présence et tous vos objectifs pour protéger en fait vos forêts si chères.
Merci. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, my country, Gabon, is a high forest, low deforestation country. Forests cover 88% of Gabon, with 21% in protected areas. A further 60% are protected and managed in sustainable forestry concessions. The National Biodiverse Rainforest harbor 2/3 of the rate for the forest elephants, an indication both of their biological significance and, of course, their sustained efforts to reinforce natural resource governance. Since Copenhagen, where I made a strong commitment to fight climate change, our economy has absorbed just over 1 billion tons of CO2 net. Managing forests, protecting our parks, monitoring our land for illegal logging and mining activity, and fighting organized crime and terrorist groups who plunder our natural resources is not easy. It requires constant vigilance, technical know-how, logistical capacity, sustainable funding, and, most importantly, courageous, dedicated, and courageable forest managers. In the absence of just one of these requirements, forests are progressively degraded and wildlife slaughtered. Excellencies, Ladies and gentlemen, the Congo Basin is the heart and lungs of the African continent. We cannot win the battle against climate change unless we keep the Congo Basin forests standing. Furthermore, our forests send rain to the Sahel and to the Ethiopian highlands, feeding the Blue Nile and supporting agriculture in Egypt. They are critical to the stability both of the African continent and the world at large. Yet, the international community has consistently undervalued this critical ecosystem. For over the developed world has plundered our forests, extracting logs that have been the foundation for thriving industry outside the African continent. When a log leaves the African continent, we receive less than 10% of the potential value and create just 10% of the jobs at source. For every job in Africa, there are 9 offshore. I see a sustainable forestry and timber processing industry as our best chance to transition from oil economy. We plan to save the forest by exploiting it sustainably, by ensuring it contributes to the Gabonese economy and provide jobs for hundreds of thousands of Gabonese people. If we want our forests to survive, they must be valuable to our nation. I invite the world to come and invest responsibly in Gabon's timber economy. I urge the world to stand by our side in our efforts to protect and understand our forest ecosystems. I hope that together we can navigate the complex economy and political process underway here in Glasgow to fix an equitable carbon price for the net positive nations to encourage others to join our exclusive club. His Royal Highness, the Prince of Wales, speaking in Copenhagen in 2009, was kind enough to quote me as saying that the doors to the future are closing. IPCC tells us there is no valuable future without the tropical rainforest. It is my hope that Glasgow will mark a turning point and that together we will keep the forest standing and the door open for our children and their children. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, President Bongo. We have heard your message loud and clear, both in terms of the role of countries who have continued to preserve their forests, also the economic role of the forest and of those communities that live within the forest and those that can benefit from the forest. This very important point is something that we will continue to build on in terms of the commitments that we have made to Indigenous people and to the importance of both decarbonizing our economies and also ensuring that we create the carbon sinks that we need. So now I would like to invite Prime Minister Johnson to join at the lectern once again for a few reflections on these striking commitments that you have heard and the importance.
Thank you. Thank you again, Sandrine. And let me begin by thanking Joe, President Biden, for your fantastic commitment today, and also welcome the brilliant work that Presidents Bongo and Tshisekedi are doing to protect the Congo Basin. And I'm delighted to announce at this summit that the world is coming together around their effort, your effort, with at least $1.5 billion over the next 5 years to help protect the forests, peatlands, and precious ecosystems of Central Africa. And this is part of a new global forest finance pledge of over, wait for it, of over $12 billion, amounting to the biggest collective commitment of public funds for forest and climate action in history. And I thank my friends and colleagues for their leadership, but I say to everybody else here at this COP, let's end this great global chainsaw massacre by making conservation do what we know it can do, and that is deliver long-term sustainable jobs and growth as well. And today is not just a vital win in the struggle to contain global temperature increases, though obviously it's also a huge economic opportunity. And this is the long-term sustainable path to ending the loss of our forests, protecting our sacred biodiversity, and helping to keep alive the ambition of 1.5 degrees by the end of the century. The old poem goes, "Woodman, woodman, spare that tree. Touch not a single bough. In my youth it sheltered me, and I'll protect it now." And we should protect our forests not just out of gratitude for what they've done to protect us and in our youth, but for what they're going to do and to continue to do for our children and our grandchildren. And with their great green umbrageous canopy of leaves, they will not only help us to turn the tide in the fight against climate change, they will shelter the entire human race. Thank you all very much for what you're doing.
Thank you very much, Prime Minister, and once again for very much demonstrating the excitement that we should be feeling today, both in terms of the Glasgow Declaration in protecting forests, but also the capital shifts that we are guaranteeing for the Congo Basin and also for other forests across the globe. I would like to now invite the Presidents of the United States, the Democratic Republic of Congo, and Gabon to leave the stage towards the left. Thank you again, gentlemen, for your incredible leadership in the protection of forests.
Good job.
Thank you. You stay here with me.
I'm staying with you.
Yes. Thank you. Okay, we're going to sit down again.
Okay.
We are now transitioning to the very important role of philanthropy, of the private sector, and of investments that need to be coupled with public sector declarations. It is abundantly clear that we must do this together, private, public sector, making the commitments, but also, as we've indicated, shifting the capital. It is therefore with great pleasure that I invite Mr. Jeff Bezos, Executive Chair of Amazon and Executive Chair of the Bezos Earth Fund, to join us on stage. Let us be clear. It is the philanthropic organizations that are now enabling us to bring some of the finance that we need to bear in this very important area. Thank you so much, Mr. Bezos, for being with us today.
Thank you.
Thank you, Prime Minister, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Let me commend you, Prime Minister Johnson, for placing nature firmly on the agenda at COP26. Nature provides all the food we eat, the water we drink, and the oxygen we breathe. It gives us life. It is beautiful, but it is also fragile. I was reminded of this in July when I went into space with Blue Origin. I was told that seeing the Earth from space changes the lens through which you view the world. But I was not prepared for just how much that would be true. Looking back at Earth from up there, the atmosphere seems so thin, the world so finite and so fragile. Now, in this critical year, and what we all know is the decisive decade, We must all stand together to protect our world. Climate change gives us a powerful reason to invest in nature. Each year, forests and landscapes absorb 11 billion tons of CO2 from the atmosphere, helping to slow climate change. As we destroy nature, we reverse this process. Cut down a forest, destroy the mangroves, pave over the prairies, and instead of sequestering carbon, we emit it. In too many parts of the world, nature is already flipping from a carbon sink to a carbon source. This is a profound and urgent danger to us all. That's why last month in New York, 9 philanthropic organizations announced an additional $5 billion to support the goal of 30 by 30, to protect 30% of all land and sea by 2030. I was honored to be a part of this with a $1 billion pledge from the Bezos Earth Fund. And today, I'm pleased to announce a $2 billion pledge allocated directly to restoring nature and transforming food systems. This is part of the Bezos Earth Fund's $10 billion commitment to fight climate change, enhance nature, and advance environmental justice and economic opportunity. Together, this $3 billion in pledges will drive a new threefold nature agenda for the Bezos Earth Fund, focused simultaneously on conservation, restoration, and food transformation. We must conserve what we still have. We must restore what we've lost. And we must grow what we need to live without degrading the planet for future generations to come. In the atmosphere, molecules of carbon dioxide cause climate change and risk destroying life as we know it. But bring that carbon back down to Earth through the magic of photosynthesis into trees, plants, crops, and soil, and this brings life and vitality. Today, 2/3 of the land in Africa is degraded, but this can be reversed. Restoration can improve soil fertility, raise yields, and improve food security, make water more reliable, create jobs, and boost economic growth, while also sequestering carbon. Continent-wide initiatives like Africa 100 and the Great Green Wall offer significant hope. They must now be scaled up. Ahead of COP27 next year, the Bezos Earth Fund would be eager to participate in a concerted strategy led by African nations to seriously and effectively ramp up support for restoration on the continent. However, we cannot rely only on governments, NGOs, and philanthropies to solve the climate crisis. The private sector must also play its part to reduce carbon emissions. Companies need to take leadership positions. Amazon has co-founded the Climate Pledge with Cristiano Figueres and set a goal to reach net zero carbon by 2040, 10 years ahead of the Paris Agreement goals. As part of this pledge, Amazon aims to power all its operations with 100% renewable energy by 2025 and is working to convert its delivery fleet to electric vehicles. Amazon is inviting other companies to join the Climate Pledge, and more than 200 have to date. Companies can also lead the way on nature-based solutions. Over the past 6 months, Amazon partnered with leading countries committed to protecting the tropical forests and their tropical forests, and the governments of Norway, the UK, and the US to mobilize an unprecedented level of funding to fight tropical deforestation through an initiative called the Leaf Coalition. Amazon has committed significant financial support for LEAF, and the coalition will be signing letters of intent with governments that are ready to receive support. More details will be shared in the next session. Let me be clear. When people hanker for the good old days and glamorize the past, they are almost always wrong. By almost all metrics, life is much better today than it was in the past. Global poverty rates are lower, infant mortality and life expectancies are better, and education rates are higher. But there is a notable exception. The natural world is not better today than it was 500 years ago, when we enjoyed unspoiled forests, clean rivers, and the pristine air of the pre-industrial world. This is an unacceptable anomaly, and it's one we can reverse. The question is simple. Will we in this room work together, do the hard work together, to gift our children and grandchildren an improving natural world? I know the answer is yes, and I look forward to working with all of you on this important and rewarding journey. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Bezos, for raising the bar on philanthropic money, funding capital shifts that go towards climate change, forests, and nature. You're playing an absolutely incredible role, and we thank you for that.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We may all go out this way. Yeah.
Your Excellencies and distinguished leaders, I come from Kenya, and that's the place I call it home. I won my first World Championships in 2003, and this summer I successfully defended my Olympic medal in marathon. I am lucky to say I have a long career. Today, I want to share the secret of my success with you, because I believe you can apply it too, and it will lead you to be successful in fighting climate change. Until a few years ago, I trained by listening to what my body was telling me. I was successful and won almost every marathon I raced in. But when I realized I wanted to leave a legacy on the sport and run the world record, I knew I needed to do more. To achieve my legacy, I needed to advance my approach. I collected the brightest minds around me to help add data and new technologies in my training, so I could become more efficient and run times that no human has run before me. I started using data such as heart rate, sleep monitor, and even glucose monitor. We developed a shoe that was so full of innovation and new technologies that it protects us so well from the earth impact from the ground that I can now go for a run the day after a marathon. But feeling has always remained the key driver. I use data to confirm my feeling and make small adjustments to improve. How has adding data and innovation in technology helped me? In October 12, 2019, I became the first human ever to run the marathon under 2 hours. Something that was not thought possible until at least the year 2025. We are here today to speak about climate change. And also in Kenya, it's obvious that the world is going into the wrong direction. In Kenya, we live close to the equator, so there are no seasons. We only have periods in the year that we call the long rains, the short rains. But the rains haven't been the same for a while now. They often hardly bring any water, or sometimes they flood our farm fields, ruining all the crops. When I look to our world, I see the same metaphor as I see my career. There are Western countries who are so advanced with data and innovation, but whom are further removed from that initial feeling for the climate. Whereby in Africa, we feel so closely. What is changing, but don't adequately use data and innovation to make an impact. Today, I urge all of us to bring our worlds together, whereby we can combine our unique skills of staying connected to our feeling added by the strengths of data and technical innovations. I know the success this combination can bring, and I know we will have a bright future if we can succeed in working together. The planet is in our dear hands. We have the will, we have the knowledge, we have the expertise, and we have the resources to change it. As the saying goes this way, in Canada, in a nursery school in Canada, it's written, the first time to plant a tree was 25 years ago. But the best and the great time to talk and act on climate change is today. Let us act. I thank you all.
Thank you so much. No, I'm good. Thank you. What an incredible treat to have a double Olympic gold medal winner give us his vision of the importance of forests. Can we have a loud round of applause? The way in which we protect our forests is a symbol of the protection of so many people. Those lungs were necessary to give us an Olympic winner. And now I would like to pass on to the next session. If we can match Kipchoge's marathon race in the way in which we dedicate ourselves to force, and I think this session will be another very inspiring call to action. Our next agenda item is going to highlight the potential to scale up carbon finance, to support efforts for the protection of forests, but also very importantly to halt and reverse forest loss. Can I please call to the stage Alan Jope, CEO of the incredible company Unilever, Jennifer Tauli Corpus from Niatero, His Excellency Sir Bahadur Dubba, Prime Minister of Nepal, and a very special moderator for this session, Tarja Badegashin. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm really excited to host today's session. In this session, we will learn about the LEAF Coalition. LEAF stands for Lowering Emissions by Accelerating Forest Finance. Launched at the Earth Day Climate Summit in April this year, the LEAF Coalition is a major new public-private market-based effort to protect tropical forests. To meet the Paris temperature goal, we must halt deforestation and restore millions of hectares of forest by 2030. To achieve this, we must substantially increase the flow of finance and crucially mobilize private capital. Strong voluntary carbon markets can be a key enabler for private investment in this area. Demand in these markets is growing in line with corporate net zero targets alongside a drive to eliminate deforestation from corporate supply chains and to become nature positive, all of which is critically needed to keep 1.5 alive. But with the proliferation of growth of carbon markets come concern about their integrity. Voluntary carbon markets must truly accelerate the climate action needed to achieve 1.5. And these markets must meet the expectations of both the buyers and the sellers. To address these concerns, we at the VCMI are working with key stakeholders across voluntary carbon markets, including countries. Like LEAF, VCMI is focused on best practice for the future of voluntary carbon markets. Our work ensures that as these markets transform, they contribute to the achievement of the Paris temperature goal and are additional to science-based action to decarbonize. We are here today to talk about the LEAF Coalition in this context. To open our conversation, I am joined by Alan Jope, CEO of Unilever, one of the key global businesses who have committed to backing this groundbreaking initiative. Alan, can you tell us why Unilever got involved in the LEAF Coalition and why high-integrity carbon markets matter to your business?
Sure. Thank you, Terry, and good morning. And I am here on behalf of Unilever, but also on behalf of all the LEAF partners. I think we all come here to Glasgow with high ambition, in the belief that 1.5 degrees has to become one of the organizing principles of the world's economy. And I think there's a cardinal truth. We can only deliver 1.5 degrees if we end and reverse deforestation. So to achieve that, we need to create economic incentives that keep trees in the ground. And this LEAF initiative, lowering emissions by accelerating forest finance, brings together the demand and the supply side that will keep trees in the ground. So on the demand side, you've got companies that have got high quality, 1.5 degree aligned SBTI targets. And on the supply side, countries like Nepal who want to protect their own reservoirs of natural capital, their tropical forests. And there's strict rules around how this supply and demand is matched. On the demand side, we're only able to access LEAF if it comes on top of lowering our emissions through every other available mechanism. And on the supply side, payments are only being made to jurisdictions that are protecting their natural capital when those are thoroughly verified by independent parties. Now, I think everybody on LEAF, on the demand and the supply side, are aware that the best carbon storage technology that is available is nothing other than trees. Unilever has committed to end deforestation in our supply chain by 2023. Our value chain has got thousands of smallholder farmers in it, and LEAF doesn't just protect the natural capital, it protects their ability to make a living income or a living wage. And so we hope that LEAF will not only keep carbon in the ground, LEAF will end this false binary choice of choosing between the economy and the environment. So we now have many multinational corporations, over 20 corporations, that have made over $1 billion in pledges, with more to come. Most importantly, the total emissions reductions now have surpassed initial expectations. The Glasgow Leaders' Declaration on Forests and Land Use has now covered almost 90% of the world's forest estate across 110 countries, and these will be the focus areas for LEAF's work. So we can only achieve 1.5 degrees by ending deforestation, not pausing deforestation, not slowing deforestation, not fudging deforestation, but ending deforestation. That is Unilever's ambition, and Tarai, that is the ambition of LEAF.
Thank you. Thank you, Alan. So Jing, you are the Global Policy and Advocacy Lead for NIATERO, which works with indigenous peoples and local communities, helping them protect their lands and waters. And I, as a Nigerian who grew up in the Niger Delta, a region with one of the world's tropical forest systems juxtaposed on fossil-based extractive sectors, we have seen how delicate the nexus is between local community, capital, and the environment. How could carbon markets work well for those most affected, indigenous people and local communities?
Thank you, Iyaman Taria, for the question. Gawis ay agaw yu amin, sakun si Jing, nagapuak at busaw, isnan bilbilig, isnan Pilipinas. Kagagasing ko ay maki, gaggag ay kanda kayo, idwani. I'm just greeting you in my indigenous language, the language of my ancestors from the mountains of Busao Mountain Province in the Philippines. And indigenous peoples, as you know, as Hindu has said earlier, have contributed the least to climate change, and yet we stand to suffer the most from its effects because of our close relationship with nature. We've heard the statistics. Although we are only 5% of the global population, our territories harbor 80% of the remaining biodiversity. We also have 22% of the above ground carbon in our forests. This has been confirmed by intergovernmental science panels. They have recognized that indigenous peoples have been doing a good job related to biodiversity conservation and carbon sequestration. And various studies have confirmed that protection and recognition of tenure of indigenous peoples is the most efficient and effective way to protect the environment. So my organization, NIATERO, recognizes the important role that indigenous peoples play in protecting the planet. We believe that where indigenous peoples are thriving, nature and ecosystems thrive as well. This is why we concentrate our work in supporting place-anchored peoples who maintain spiritual and reciprocal relationships with nature. We respect their self-determined visions of how their ecosystems should be maintained, and we also recognize and strengthen their governance so that they are able to carry out what they have been doing since time immemorial. Our partners believe that ocean is kin and that all beings within their ecosystems should be honored and are relatives. So voluntary carbon markets and the LEAF Coalition in particular, with its recognition of the Cancun safeguards, needs to honor this relationship and this spirituality and reciprocity. Therefore, jurisdictions that apply for LEAF must ensure that free, prior, and informed consent of indigenous peoples is sought and obtained before their territories can be included. And as we wait for Article 6 negotiations to be concluded, it is important for the voluntary carbon markets to show the way, to engage indigenous peoples as full partners, and to leverage what indigenous peoples have been doing since time immemorial, so that we reach the goals of the Paris Agreement as well as the UNFCCC. Thank you.
Thank you, Jing. Your Excellency, what is Nepal's vision for protecting its forests, and what role do you see for carbon markets?
Nepal envisions to increase its forest cover to 45% by 2030. Forest will play a key role in our net zero ambition to become carbon negative after 2045. Nepal's forest sector will increase its role as a carbon sink. We hope to attain net zero deforestation by 2030. Nepal has been a global leader on community forests. To build on this success, international climate finance is necessary. Therefore, Nepal supports Glasgow Declaration and believes that it will help unlock climate finance, reserves, forest biodiversity, loss, and play a vital role in achieving 1.5 degree Celsius goal. Voluntary carbon market will play an important role in our mitigation efforts. Nepal has been engaging in the forest carbon partnership facility since 2010. We are implementing emission reduction initiative to secure performance-based payment that will be equitably channeled to indigenous people, local communities through the benefit sharing mechanism. Nepal also gives importance to lowering carbon emissions and accelerating forest finance instruments. In all our engagement in utilizing forest carbon market, Nepal gives high priority to maintaining social and environmental safeguards. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Excellency. Initiatives like the Public-Private LEAF Coalition herald a step change in the mobilization of private finance for our forests. Today's announcement that the LEAF Coalition has met its $1 billion target to mobilize finance for the protection of forests is a huge achievement. This announcement is an important step in building high-integrity voluntary carbon markets at scale. Crucially, though, these markets must and will be accessible, fair, and transparent. This will give clarity and confidence to all countries on the role that voluntary carbon markets can play in unlocking vital climate change finance and delivering ambitious NDCs. Most importantly, they'll be used by buyers in addition to ambitious science-based decarbonization and not as an alternative. It's our role at the VCMI to raise the bar across the market, enabling a level playing field in which all buyers are clear in the role that high-integrity voluntary carbon markets can play in keeping 1.5 alive. Further details on the LEAF Coalition will be presented by governments, forest countries, and corporate participants during the course of the week, including Finance Day and at the high-level events hosted by the US on the 3rd and the Nordic Pavilion on the 5th. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you so much, Taria, and thank you all for a very important session. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, may we continue to give them a round of applause. Thank you so much. It is now my pleasure to introduce a very important video outlining the incredible role that is being played by multilateral development banks, supporting the mobilization of finance in favor of forests. So please, may we play the video now.
The Asian Development Bank recognizes that protecting nature is essential to addressing climate change and building prosperity for all. We endorse this common agenda to mainstream nature across our operations.
Without nature, we have no life. Without life, we have no people. Without people, we have no planet. Let us save nature, people, and the planet. Let us give back to nature, for nature preserves all of us. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, I'm pleased to endorse the joint statement of MDBs on nature, people, and planet, launched at COP26 today. In financing infrastructure for tomorrow, AIIB prioritizes green infrastructure, including integration of nature-based solutions to support economic development in Asia and beyond.
I am Jean Leon, President of the Caribbean Development Bank. It gives me great pleasure to fully support the MDB joint statement on nature, people, and planet. We commit to work diligently with our borrowing member countries to invest in nature-based solutions for enhancing resilience and promoting sustainable livelihoods.
Nature is at the foundation of our civilization. In the past 30 years, EBRD has set environmental protection as a key priority. With this statement on nature, people, and planet, we commit to do more to preserve our collective natural capital.
The European Investment Bank endorses the commitments on nature made in the joint statement, which will necessitate the convergence of our respective climate and biodiversity agendas in order to effectively respond to the two planetary emergencies. EIB stands ready to partner globally to make it happen.
Assalamu alaikum. On behalf of the Islamic Development Bank, it is my pleasure to endorse the joint MDB statement on nature, people, and planet.
Once again, another very exciting commitment that we have brought you today. It is now my pleasure to bring forward the President of the Inter-American Development Bank, Mauricio Claver-Caron, on the Multilateral Development Bank's commitment to the Nature Positive Agenda. Please, Mauricio, join us on the stage. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, and thank you, Prime Minister Johnson, and greetings to all of my fellow distinguished participants. And let me begin by thanking the Government of the United Kingdom for the hospitality and for convening this meeting, which is so important for all of us. Today, I am honored to represent a group of multilateral development banks that are committing to the goal of putting nature and climate at the heart of all the work we do. The banks signing today represent the leading edge of development assistance, and they include my own, the Inter-American Development Bank, the African Development Bank, the Asian Development Bank, the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, the Caribbean Development Bank, the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, the European Investment Bank, the Islamic Development Bank, and of course, the World Bank Group. When the United Kingdom approached the IDB to lead the work in negotiating this joint statement on nature, people, and the planet, which we're endorsing today, it was really an important acknowledgement of two key points. First, that Latin America and the Caribbean plays a crucial role within the global imperative for bold action on climate change and nature. And second, it was an acknowledgement that the leaders hosting us today recognize the need to move from pledges to action, as we heard my friends President Duque and Prime Minister Motley so eloquently say on this stage. Most IDB countries are not major contributors to climate change, but more importantly, we're the biggest proponents of action to address it. Latin America and the Caribbean is both among the world's most biodiverse regions and the most at risk to climate impacts. And the ramifications of rising temperatures and the degradation of nature in our countries spill well beyond our borders. What happens in Latin America and the Caribbean affects the entire world. Climate change is jeopardizing the water and food sources that in our region nourish the world. They're endangering the CO2 sponges that are our rainforests, and they're threatening to unleash unprecedented climate-induced migration crises. Now, in recognizing this as an existential threat, all of us must be clear about the concrete actions required to protect Latin America, the Caribbean, and such, henceforth, the entire planet. Also, today serves as an acknowledgement of the IDB, of the Inter-American Development Bank's work. After a long history of advancing sustainable development models, we have redoubled our effort over the past year of my presidency to lead the climate and nature agendas focused on not words, rhetoric, but results. Not just commitments, but results. And that's precisely why action on climate change and biodiversity is enshrined at the core of our plan for the sustainable recovery and growth of Latin America and the Caribbean, what we call Vision 2025. For our region, as is the rest of the world, natural capital must be treated as the cornerstone of post-pandemic recovery, of an opportunity for a new era of sustainable, inclusive growth. And it's a fact that by protecting irreplaceable ecosystem services, we can create jobs, we can generate income, we can mobilize the private sector investment that is frankly essential to our hopes for a climate positive future. It's a win-win-win. So we must acknowledge that every $1 million in nature-based investments creates more than 10 times the number of jobs that the equivalent would do of investment in fossil fuels. Again, it's a win-win. It's not a zero-sum game. Furthermore, we must leverage innovative financial tools and partnerships. We must generate bankable projects and tap into new resources to turn those statements into actions. And that's our goal. With today's signing, the MDBs are committing to further mainstream nature in our operations and in our strategies. And doing so is going to lead to more nature finance and more projects and instruments to reverse nature loss and promote the protection, restoration, and the sustainable use of resources. We affirm our goal to promote green financing tools and to build an understanding of dependencies in nature and the financial risks that are posed by nature loss. For the countries we serve in Latin America and the Caribbean, we are redoubling our pledges to help them develop policies, investment frameworks, and agreements that better value natural assets while also advancing climate goals. But we have to work together, including to support nature-based solutions within the nationally determined contributions and long-term strategies, such as the one, for example, that the IDB in France recently helped Colombia launch just here at COP26 yesterday. Today's MDB statement also underscores our goal to increasingly mobilize private finance for investments in nature. We at the IDB, we have an action plan to push well past Paris alignment and to help our countries do the same. In fact, our institution is taking the most aggressive approach in its 6-decade history on all of these fronts, from our growing Amazon initiative that emphasizes the bioeconomy, to blended finance models and accelerators that promote bio-businesses, and this is really exciting, to a new natural capital asset class, which we just listed on the Natural and the New York Stock Exchange, that's going to break all the old paradigms by rewarding countries and companies for nature positive management. I get so excited I almost break the mic. And so anyway, like everyone here listening, I'm hopeful that this year's COP, that here, the international community is not only going to be signing names to goals or make yet another commitment, but instead that we're agreeing to take concrete and ambitious steps to realize the development potential of green and nature in recovery. And that's the message from the group of multilateral development banks here today. And the message is we must truly use our important commitments on nature and climate as catalysts for emboldened action and a new way of operating. So I, along with my colleagues, am proud to endorse this statement and to continue working with all the MDBs to realize ambitious results. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for your commitment. Thank you for speaking about turning words into action. There are many who have questioned the validity of these commitments, and let's be clear, we've gone far beyond any commitments ever made with regard to the protection of forests, the regeneration, and it is because of the efforts of both the public and the private sector that we have seen this come to fruition. This marks the end of our first session. I would now like to invite the world leaders who are here to go to the VIP room for a family photo. Those of you who would like to stay during the break, and I urge you not to leave, you will see that we will play a video with some leaders that you will never potentially have believed would come behind, once again, this Glasgow Declaration. The point is, we now have more than 110 leaders that have signed, and some of those leaders will be here in this video. So I urge you to stay. Those of you who will be joining us, please join us again at 11:20 sharp, where we will open also with His Royal Highness, the Prince of Wales. Thank you, distinguished guests, for your attention.
Forests don't just matter. They are crucial for the survival of all species, human beings included. Forests contribute to mitigating greenhouse gases emissions, adapting to the impacts of climate change, and protecting water sources and biodiversity. In Colombia, 52% of our territory is covered with forest. That is why we have committed to zero deforestation by 2030, especially because 15% of GHG global emissions come from cutting down tropical forests. Achieving the ambitious goals that we have set upon ourselves across the different environmental agreements will depend on our effectiveness to protect the forests. We must renew our commitment to defend forests and increase efforts with concrete actions in agriculture, sustainable consumption and production, and international finance. Now is the time to fight climate change, which requires urgent actions by all countries. This is our moment. This is our time. We must all act together.
Уважаемый господин премьер-министр, дамы и господа, рад возможности приветствовать участников заседания по вопросам управления лесным хозяйством и землепользованием. Убежден, сохранение лесов и других природных экосистем является одной из ключевых составляющих международных усилий по решению проблемы глобального потепления, сокращению эмиссии парниковых газов. Эта тема органично вписывается в многоплановую повестку дня климатической конференции в Глазго. Поставив задачу построения углеродно-нейтральной экономики не позднее 2060 года, Россия опирается в том числе и на уникальный ресурс имеющихся у нас лесных экосистем. Их значительный потенциал по поглощению углекислого газа и выработке кислорода. Ведь в нашей стране расположено около 20% всех мировых лесных массивов. Мы принимаем самые серьезные и энергичные меры для их сохранения. Совершенствуем управление лесным хозяйством. Боремся с незаконными вырубками и лесными пожарами. Увеличиваем площади лесовосстановления. Последовательно наращиваем финансирование на эти цели. Россия поддерживает предложенный к утверждению на сегодняшнем заседании проект совместной декларации по лесам и землепользованию. Рассчитываем, что ее реализация будет стимулировать более тесное партнерство всех заинтересованных государств в деле сбережения лесов. Это, несомненно, послужит достижению целей Парижского соглашения по снижению содержания углекислого газа в атмосфере. Хотел бы пожелать всем нам успехов на этом пути и всего самого доброго. Благодарю вас за внимание.
Florestas são importantes para mim porque cobrem mais de 60% do meu país. São fonte de saúde e vida e abrigam as maiores riquezas naturais e a maior biodiversidade do planeta. Assumimos o compromisso de eliminar o desmatamento ilegal até 2030. Faço chamado a todos os países para que ajude a defender todas as florestas, inclusive com recursos adequados, em benefício de todos.
Forests matter to me because Canada is the third most forested country in the world. La nature fait partie de notre identité. Canada is working to protect 30% of our lands and oceans by 2030. We're planting 2 billion trees. We're protecting and restoring wetlands, grasslands, and peatlands. And we're supporting indigenous-led conservation and guardian programs. Ensemble, luttons contre les changements climatiques et la crise de la nature.
El Perú cuenta con 72 millones de hectáreas de bosques naturales. En el 56% de nuestro territorio se encuentran los pueblos indígenas que conviven con una flora y fauna mega diversa de la que viven y de la que los protegen ellos mismos. Por ello, el Perú apoya la Declaración de Glasgow sobre los bosques, en tanto expresa nuestro compromiso en materia de conservación y uso sostenible de nuestra Amazonía en el contexto del cambio climático y la lucha contra la deforestación.
Les forêts et les tourbières du bassin du Congo, qui séquestrent la plus importante réserve de carbone au monde, constituent désormais la vanne d'aération essentielle et l'ultime bouclier écologique au service de l'Afrique et de l'humanité entière. Mon pays, la République du Congo, qui œuvre aux côtés d'autres États frères à la préservation et à la gestion durable de ces écosystèmes forestiers, en appelle à la solidarité agissante des partenaires techniques et financiers, ainsi qu'au respect des engagements pris dans le cadre de l'accord de Paris, à l'effet de préserver durablement ce patrimoine commun.
Hello all. Papua New Guinea is home to 6 to 7% of world's biodiversity and the third largest tropical rainforest of the world, the lungs of the earth. The world needs oxygen. We need biodiversity for world's healing. We need our oceans to be healthy and pollution-free. And as the current chair of the Coalition for the Rainforest Nations, we stand committed to contributing to and ensuring that we keep the Paris Agreement goal alive and achievable. We believe that mobilizing resources and forging partnerships is key to the actions that we have to undertake domestically to implement the Paris Agreement beyond Glasgow. We are committed to protecting our forests and be the leader in ensuring the immense amount of carbon cleansing forest is intake for our future generation. Thank you and God bless you all.
Forests
matter to me because they have the best technology we have for removing CO2 from the atmosphere and storing carbon. They also provide priceless ecosystem services. We must all work together to find ways to keep them standing.
Dear Excellencies, forests matter. Our mere survival depends on them. In Costa Rica, we have committed in our enhanced NDC to bring deforestation of old-growth forests to zero by 2030 and to maintain at least 60% of our country with forest cover. We urgently need to acknowledge the importance of forests and increase their protection, as it will be key to tackle the crisis of climate change, biodiversity loss, and land degradation. I foresee a future where people and forests coexist harmoniously. This is not only possible, but necessary. Thank you.
Forests matter to us as it is at the center of our livelihood and climate resilience. Nepal's community forest is recognized globally as an inclusive and effective way for conservation and implementing climate change mitigations. Our climate commitment to maintain 45% of forest cover can enhance the sink of emissions, and with additional measures make Nepal a carbon neutral nation. Participation in this declaration reforms Nepal's commitment to the global cause for protecting and restoring our forests that are critical to tackling the climate crisis. Thank you.
Forests matter to me personally. In fact, I make many of my decisions and thinking while walking in the Oslo forest. So not only do we need good policy decisions for forests, we also need forests for good policy decisions. That is why I'm pleased to join the Glasgow Leaders' Declaration. Keeping 1.5 degrees alive gives us no choice. We have to halt and reverse global forest loss this decade.
Notre planète fait l'objet de mutations inquiétantes dues aux effets du changement climatique. La République démocratique du Congo, mon pays, avec son massif forestier, ses tourbières, ses ressources en eau et en minerais stratégiques, se présente comme un pays solution à la crise climatique. C'est pourquoi j'appelle les leaders et décideurs du monde entier à agir ensemble, main dans la main, afin que nous préservions ce patrimoine naturel essentiel à la survie de l'humanité.
Australia is the only nation in the world with a continent all to ourselves. There's a vastness and a wonder about our land, from wide dry open plains to the lush rainforests. The landscape and its beauty is part of who we are as a people, as it has been for our Indigenous Australians for thousands of years. Forests matter to Australia and Australians. They are sources of life as well as livelihoods here and around the world. So we must care for them and we must sustain them. By supporting this declaration today in Glasgow, Australia commits to working collectively to ensure there is no net loss of forests around the world. I understand the different circumstances we all face, but I want to affirm today that Australia is committed to reducing deforestation. Our forests are part of our pact with future generations, and we'll lead by example through our cooperative international work program. We will work with partners to combat illegal logging and promote the sustainable use of forests. Our forests and forest products can play a vital role in meeting our global climate challenges through the carbon they capture and store. And they matter to all of us as individuals too. Indeed, Sir David Attenborough puts it, when humankind as a whole is in a position to give back to nature as much as we take and repay some of our debt, well, we'll be able to lead more balanced lives. So Australia is pleased to join this global effort to promote the sustainable management of forests.
Forests matter to Austria because they are an essential part of Austria's biodiversity, our history, of our sense of home in German Heimat. Almost half of the surface of Austria is covered by forests. They have formed our landscape over centuries. They provide protection from avalanches in alpine regions. They give home and shelter to some of the most precious species we have in Europe: lynx, wolf, bear, etc. Forests are indispensable for our well-being and our future. Let's work on keeping it that way.
En el marco de esta conferencia de las Naciones Unidas sobre el cambio climático del 2021, en la que hemos sido invitados a unirnos a la Declaración de Bosques y Uso de la Tierra, quiero destacar que Uruguay otorga una gran importancia a los bosques, porque son fundamentales para la vida en la Tierra, capturan carbono, conservan la biodiversidad, proveen sombra y abrigo, alimentos y medicinas. Son esenciales para nuestras costas, para la producción agropecuaria, para la calidad del agua y de nuestros suelos. Nuestros bosques nativos constituyen tanto a la adaptación necesaria para hacer frente al cambio climático como a la reducción de emisiones de gases de efecto invernadero, en consonancia con los objetivos del Acuerdo de París. Es por ello que Uruguay se compromete a continuar una gestión forestal que promueva a la protección, conservación, restauración y manejo sostenible de sus bosques nativos.
Forests matter to me because they give life and beauty to our planet and people. They provide air, water, food, shelter, energy, jobs, but also joy, peace of mind, and inspiration. They are our lungs. They are the home of diversity. We need to keep the 1.5 degrees goal within reach, and we know this can only be done by halting and reversing deforestation. Belgium will spare no efforts and will continue to increase its climate finance and invest it in actions for forests, particularly with our friends and partners in Africa.
Protecting the forest matters. It matters to Chile and it matters to the whole world. The forests matter because they are one of the most important carbon sinks that we have at our disposal. And we need them today more than ever. That's why in Chile, we have nearly 21% of our territory under some form of protection.
Ladies and gentlemen, our next session will commence shortly with an opening by His Royal Highness, the Prince of Wales. Thank you.
someone who needs no introduction, as this is the man that put forests and nature on the map, not only in this country, but across the globe. Your Royal Highness, we are so happy to have you here.
Thank you very much, Sandrine. I must say I'm very touched by your introduction, having known you for a very long time.
Yes.
So thank you. And Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it was a great pleasure to, I think, see at least some of you at the reception in Kelvin Grove Art Gallery yesterday evening, and now to be able to address you briefly at today's World Leaders Action on Forests and Land Use event. This second session of the Action on Forests and Land Use event is absolutely vital, and I hope I don't need to tell you this, because it is here that we will explore together the scale of the systemic shifts that need to happen really urgently if the world is to succeed in delivering a positive future for nature and people alike. And I mean urgently, as so many people and communities are already suffering seriously from the increasingly dire impacts of climate change. We also have to act before the hydrological cycle breaks down altogether. Now that we know what the problem is, and having done our best to test the world to destruction in the meantime, we simply must talk about the solutions and the actions we can start making and start taking today. The first action I would suggest is to re-engineer the world's financial and economic system to disincentivize deforestation and reward countries and communities for the protection of their forests and the pursuit of a forest-positive economy. We will hear from leaders in the financial sector with ambitious plans to achieve this goal. After all, if we are to restore the critical balance between people and planet, we need to protect, restore, and invest in nature. Investment in natural capital, including fostering more species-rich systems rather than sterile monocultures, can support productive and resilient agriculture, forestry, and aquaculture, while avoiding the pitfalls of climate change, land degradation, resource depletion, pollution, and insect decline. Here, the 30 by 30 biodiversity target is truly critical. To support that objective, I helped to establish something called the Natural Capital Investment Alliance as part of my Sustainable Markets Initiative in order to help develop natural capital as an investment theme and as a means of mobilizing the world's financing and investment communities. But I believe you'll be discussing the details behind the NCIA after I have left here. The second action the world needs as a real matter of priority and justice is to safeguard and honor the rights of indigenous peoples and local communities who depend on the forests for their lives and livelihoods, and who are themselves wise and experienced custodians. In fact, I'm wearing what I've been given earlier when I met them, and this one comes from Ecuador. The virtuous circle of nature is something the world's indigenous peoples hold sacred and understand only too well, and is why we should listen to and learn from their profound intuitive wisdom. By contrast, we seem to have lost that vital sixth sense which should have prevented us from abusing nature in the first place. Today, though, we will hear from forest leaders and donors committed to fulfilling this promise. We thank those leaders for their bravery, their courage, and their commitment to protect their forests and the rich biodiversity that exists within them, despite all the dangers and obstacles placed in their way. The third important action we need to take is the implementation of an accelerated and serious global shift in how we produce and consume goods, decoupling this production and consumption from further loss of forests and other vital ecosystems. I'm therefore delighted we will be joined by leaders committed to shifting to new and more sustainable practices in this area. There is every hope that we can build a more circular, resilient economy, which is better for people as well as for the forests on which we all depend. After all, nature is estimated to contribute some $125 trillion to the global economy annually, if you can ever actually put a real value on it. And everything we use, produce, and purchase ultimately has been created from nature's inputs. In a circular bioeconomy, this requires taking a system-led view of global value chains. The shift to renewable bio-based solutions is therefore an opportunity to rethink industries so that they become nature positive and climate neutral while providing new jobs and more inclusive prosperity. All these measures would shift our economy onto a more sustainable trajectory. And there are now signs that there is at last growing interest in investing in these solutions across both public and private sectors. However, if we want to see tangible and rapid results on the ground, and I'm afraid I do after years of frustrated effort, then we need to articulate and demonstrate the immediate and long-term value of these investments. This is why I established the Circular Bioeconomy Alliance last year to connect the dots between investors and local communities in order to create regenerative and inclusive landscapes and sustainable value chains that work for nature and people. Frankly, we've all had enough talking, so we need to put our words and commitments into practice. This is why, while I speak, the Circular Bioeconomy Alliance is working with local communities in 4 continents to restore thousands of hectares in more than 10 countries to deliver practical solutions through initially what we are calling living laboratories. By doing so, we will, I hope, inspire an entire generation of humanity who will be equipped to make the changes we so desperately need. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, and I cannot believe how many times I've ended speeches like this all over the world during the past 40 years, and to no avail, but I can only pray that this time, this session will provide us with a real sense of the seriously urgent systemic shifts that need to happen to deliver on our vision. And I urge you all to take forward the work we discussed today with implacable resolve and determination to make things happen on the ground. Thank you, Elizabeth.
Thank you so much. You'll go back out that way. Yes. Once again, the wise words of His Royal Highness the Prince of Wales. Not only is he a force of nature, but he is one of our greatest forces for nature. I would like to now bring forward the next panel.
UK, France, Germany, and the EU is announcing a new partnership with South Africa to help transform their economy to a clean energy economy more quickly. Right now, South Africa is the largest emitter in Africa, due in large part to the heavy reliance on coal for power. By closing South Africa's coal plants ahead of schedule and investing in clean power alternatives for the people of South Africa, and supporting an equitable, inclusive transition in South Africa's coal sector. We're following through on the pledge the G7 partners made in Cornwall to accelerate the transition away from coal in developing countries. And I realize the reliance on coal is consequential, but I can remember growing up as a young man in an area that was a heavy supplier of coal in northeast Pennsylvania. And I watched what happened when it collapsed, and how the impact on the community. And that's why we have to take care of the people who are impacted on it, provide alternatives for them as well. By closing South Africa's coal plants ahead of schedule and investing in clean alternatives, the people of South Africa, for the people of South Africa, and supporting equitable, inclusive transitions in South Africa's coal sector, we're following through, as I said, on the pledge we made. The second point I'd like to make, all our projects should be designed in close partnership with the countries where they will happen. It's a simple but powerful principle. Projects will only be successful, in my view, when there is buy-in, input, and engagement from the communities they're intended to help and impact. I learned that yesterday from Barbados. Actually, I think I knew it ahead of time, but you made a really very compelling speech yesterday. Local governments, labor, and civil society should be engaged from the very start to make sure the benefits to the community are equitable and are immediate. Thirdly, the Build Back Better World project should be high quality and high standards. What does that mean in practice? Well, it means whenever there's something to purchase or someone to hire, we'll use transparent and competitive processes that safeguard against corruption. It means we'll provide affordable financing so local taxpayers aren't stuck with a big bill they can't pay down the line. It means environmental planning to reduce the risk of damaging the ecosystem and increase the resilience to climate change. And fourthly, partnership is essential. To reach net zero by 2050, we're going to need to mobilize trillions of dollars, as our friends at the end of the table know, trillions of dollars in financing to harness both private and public sector resources. I met with some of these private sector suppliers earlier today. I think it's within our capacity to do that, led by the men at the end of the table, and harness both private and public sector resources. So I look forward to working with the World Bank President, David Malpass, and Mark Carney, who's now with the UN, about how to mobilize the private sector and international finance institutions to help build a pipeline of projects that we can invest in but can be counted on and planned for and be done in regular order. And finally, as you keep hearing me say, and I apologize, building out our climate infrastructure can and should help drive a sustainable economic recovery. From the first meeting we had, I apologize for the repetition. When I look at climate and dealing with climate change, and I see jobs, good jobs, economic development, and movement. That's what I see. And finally, you keep hearing me say it, but building out the climate and infrastructure should drive sustainable economic recovery. It can spur the creation of those good jobs in the developing world just like it can in the developed world. Our global transition to a net zero economy is predicated on 30 million new jobs worldwide by 2030. 30 million new jobs, good paying jobs. So this climate crisis is an enormous opportunity. It's about jobs. It's about building the industries of the future. It's about making sure everyone shares in the benefits of an equitable and sustainable green recovery. A Build Back Better World is going to show that we can grow our economies, fight climate change, and leave a better, cleaner, more livable planet for all of our children. So I want to thank you all for joining us today, and now I'd like to turn it over to a woman who I think I impress me every time I hear her speak, President von der Leyen, to make a few remarks.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, dear Joe, Prime Minister, dear Flores, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's my great pleasure to co-host this important event with you, Mr. President, Indeed, our joint work on infrastructure needs in low and middle income countries started earlier this year in Cadiz Bay. Boris, I remember very well under your presidency. And here now in Glasgow, in the spirit of COP26, we want to highlight the progress made so far and emphasize the importance of climate-positive infrastructure development. Thus, if investing in transport, in energy and digital networks, we always have to make sure that it serves the planet and the people. And for that, we need to work with like-minded states, both in the context of G7 and G20. And we have to work with the private sector. The global needs for climate-positive infrastructures are huge. According, David Malpass, to the World Bank, to bridge the world's infrastructure gap, we will need 1.3 trillion euro of investment every year. And that's why I commend your efforts, Mr. President, dear Joe, on Build Back Better World and the Clean Green Initiative, Boris. This is this kind of leadership that we need for this important initiative. And in the same spirit, Europe is launching the Global Gateway Initiative. It is our strategy to foster investments in connecting our world, building on our shared values, and with a strong commitment to transparency and inclusivity. It is global in scale, from Africa to Latin America to the Indo-Pacific. It articulates a positive vision of cooperation in the 21st century, and it builds on partnership at eyes level. Thus, the Global Gateway and B3W and the Clean Green Initiative is not only complementary, but even they reinforce each other. And allow me to say a few words to the four guiding principles you have raised. First, of course, the climate neutrality infrastructure development must be consistent with the net zero goal by mid-century. Second, indeed, it is about good governance and transparency. You called it partnership, Joe. That is exactly what it is about. Both are increasingly critical to deal with today's challenges. The third topic is it will be value-driven. You said high quality and high standards. Indeed, Global Gateway, for example, will build on values such as labor and environmental standards. Our people are asking for it. And fourth, it will work hand in hand with the private sector. So I think, Mr. President, Joe, the example you gave of the new initiative with South Africa is an outstanding one, an exemplary one. It's an excellent showcase. Indeed, that the United States, the United Kingdom, Germany, France, and the European Union are together launching this Just Energy Transition Partnership with South Africa, teaming up with President Cyril Ramaphosa, financially supporting South Africa in making the transition out of fossil fuel and into clean energy. I think this partnership, and I hope it will be a blueprint for similar partnerships with other countries, and I look forward to our discussion. I have the pleasure now to give the floor to you, Prime Minister, dear Boris.
Thank you very much, dear Ursula, and thank you everybody. Thanks, Joe and Ursula, for hosting this meeting. And you're absolutely right that we began this idea at with the Build Back Better partnership in Cadiz Bay. To keep 1.5 degrees in sight, to reach global net zero, and to protect vulnerable countries from the impacts of climate change means the development of new clean and green infrastructure. And this presents a huge opportunity to turn our struggle against climate change into a global mission, as President Biden has said, for jobs and growth. In the UK, through our net zero strategy, we are pioneering a green industrial revolution with public investment leveraging billions of pounds of private funding into whole new industries, from offshore wind to carbon capture and storage, allowing us in the UK to level up our whole country with thousands of good new green jobs. And by partnering with developing and emerging economies to invest in climate smart infrastructure and meeting our $100 billion climate finance commitment, of course, we can go on to unlock trillions, whether it's tens of trillions or hundreds of trillions, as Mark Carney would say, of private finance to do something similar around the whole world. So our pursuit of global net zero can drive global leveling up, helping developing economies fast-track their way to a more prosperous, clean and green future. So the UK wholeheartedly supports the principles that President Biden has set out, working in partnership to create the highest standards of climate-resilient infrastructure, rooted in our shared democratic values of transparency, inclusivity, collaboration, and led by the host countries, responding to their needs. I welcome the work of Mark Carney and others on creating what we call country platforms to help connect the pipelines of green infrastructure projects with the vast private capital looking to invest in net zero. The UK is proud to contribute to these efforts today with our Clean Green Initiative, as you say, Ursula. By taking our green industrial revolution global, we're investing over £3 billion and mobilising a similar amount of private finance to support technologies like drought-resistant agriculture, where investors have been reluctant to take the risks alone. We're investing in green bonds for renewable energy in Vietnam and solar power in Burkina Faso, Pakistan, Nepal and Chad. We're offering guarantees to the World Bank and the African Development Bank to unlock up to £2.2 billion of new finance for green infrastructure across India and Africa. And we're working with President Ramaphosa, Cyril Ramaphosa, to deliver his ambitious vision for faster, greener growth, helping to lead an $8.5 billion partnership to decarbonise what is currently the most carbon-intensive energy system in the world, and by choking off international finance for coal. I look forward to working with you all as we take forward these investments in clean, green infrastructure. And this is like one of those moments in the story of humanity when everybody is making the same intellectual breakthrough at the same time in seeing the way forward, in leveraging in private finance. We have the Global Gateway, we have the One Planet Initiative, I think from Emmanuel, we have the Sustainable Markets Initiative from the Prince of Wales, we have the Our Clean Green Initiative, we have Build Back Better World, we have GFANS from Mark Honey. Everybody's now on the same thing. It's time to bring all this together so that this can be the moment when we get real on levelling up the world and securing a cleaner, greener and more prosperous future for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would ask
Thank you. Come on, guys. Let's go. Come on. Let's go, guys. Come on. Let's go, guys. Everyone goes.
Okay, I'm going to need a minute. Thank you so much.
Come on, guys. Let's go.
Over a minute.
cannot but call on international organizations to devise new systems that will enable small states to make a stronger multilateral contribution. Together we are stronger, as the history of the United Nations teaches us. San Marino wants to be active with other nations, no more than ever.
In July 2021, San Marino presented its first voluntary national review on the implementation of the 17 goals of the 2030 Agenda. We are currently drawing our action plan for the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals, and the first draft will be ready by the end of the year. Action to combat climate change under Goal 13 features prominently on the set of national initiatives. Virtuous policies we intend to implement are numerous, from the development of renewable sources to the promotion of electric and hybrid mobility. Measures to increase the energy efficiency of buildings, to contain emissions from companies, and to strengthen the national centralized data collection system are equally crucial. San Marino has made and is making its best efforts to respect the commitments deriving from all the very important agreements that have brought us this far. We know well, however, that it is not enough. If we do not act together, the consequences of our inaction will go far beyond state borders and will harshly affect next generations who are uniting in movements such as Fridays for Future. Young people are clamoring for just one thing: the courage to change. We owe them a credible answer because it is their future and we cannot prevent them to live in a better planet. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is now my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Azali Assoumani, President of Comoros. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Excellences, Monsieur le Premier ministre, Excellences, Monsieur le Président de la COP, Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs les chefs d'État et de gouvernement, honorables délégués, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. C'est un réel plaisir et un honneur pour moi de m'adresser à cette auguste assemblée à l'occasion de cet important sommet de la COP 26. Et permettez-moi tout d'abord d'exprimer à Sa Majesté la Reine Elisabeth II, ainsi qu'au gouvernement et au peuple du Royaume-Uni, nos sincères remerciements et notre profonde reconnaissance pour l'accueil chaleureux et amical qui nous a été réservé depuis notre arrivée dans ce grand et beau pays, pour toutes les dispositions prises pour rendre notre séjour agréable. Je félicite Monsieur le Président pour la confiance qui vous est investie et je reste convaincu que vous dirigerez les travaux de cette conférence avec efficacité en vue de la réussite de notre sommet. Excellences, honorable assistance, en dépit de nombreuses actions menées par la communauté internationale depuis Rio en 1992, en passant par l'accord de Paris sur le climat, le réchauffement climatique constitue une menace pour l'ensemble de nos pays. En effet, les effets du changement climatique sur la vie socio-économique de nos pays ne sont plus à démontrer, et notamment dans les petits pays insulaires en développement comme le mien, qui deviennent de plus en plus vulnérables. Nos pays sont en effet menacés au quotidien par de nombreuses catastrophes, et notamment les cyclones, la sécheresse, les volcans, la montée du niveau de la mer, avec comme conséquence la fragilisation des conditions de vie de toutes nos populations. Certes, il nous appartient à tous d'agir dans le sens de la protection et de la préservation de notre environnement. Toutefois, il faut reconnaître aussi que bon nombre de nos pays en développement ne peuvent atteindre les objectifs de réduction des émissions de gaz à effet de serre sans l'appui et le soutien de la communauté internationale. Mon pays, l'Union des Comores, s'est engagé dans une campagne de réduction des émissions d'ici 2030 et il a à cet effet entrepris d'importantes actions visant à atténuer les effets négatifs des changements climatiques. C'est dans ce sens que nous avons lancé la campagne « Un Comorien, un arbre » dont l'objectif est de parvenir à reboiser 10% du territoire national. Nous comptons à travers cette campagne augmenter chaque année la superficie de nos terrains reboisés, mais aussi étendre les aires protégées afin d'atteindre 30% du territoire terrestre à l'horizon 2030. À l'instar des autres pays, nous comptons sur les financements à hauteur de nos enjeux, mais aussi d'un accompagnement en renforcement de capacités et de transfert de compétences et de technologies pour atteindre nos objectifs. Monsieur le Président, l'issue de ce sommet est vitale pour nous tous. Notre présence ici aujourd'hui doit être l'occasion de donner un nouvel an à notre engagement commun à travers la concrétisation de notre engagement politique et la mise en œuvre des décisions relatives à l'accord de Paris. Pour ce faire, nous devons veiller à ce que les différents fonds prévus soient disponibles et de manière pérenne, que nos pays puissent accéder aux différentes sources de financement prévues sans aucune entrave et que l'attribution de ces financements soit faite en tenant compte des priorités des pays. Monsieur le Président, la promotion des énergies renouvelables reste l'un des moteurs de la lutte contre les changements climatiques et c'est dans ce contexte que mon pays a entrepris une initiative de développement de la géothermie et de photovoltaïque avec l'objectif final de couvrir plus de 50% de la demande nationale en électricité. Monsieur le Président, les yeux du monde entier sont rivés sur le Royaume-Uni et à l'issue de la COP26. Les attentes de nos populations respectives sont énormes et nous n'avons pas le droit de les décevoir. Faisons de cette COP le sommet de l'action, le sommet de la concrétisation de nos actions afin de sortir le pays de l'insécurité, de la pauvreté et du sous-développement, facteurs de déstabilisation de nombreuses régions vulnérables. Vive la coopération internationale, je vous remercie.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is now my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Carlos Manuel Villanova, President of Sao Tome and Principe. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, l'humanité a un défi à relever et nous devrons agir ensemble. Et ce défi ne sera relevé qu'en posant des actes concrets. D'une part, la pandémie du Covid-19. D'autre part, le monde entier est confronté à des catastrophes météorologiques et climatiques sans précédent. La Covid-19 a enseigné au monde que lorsque nous n'agissons pas de façon unie et concertée, il faudra beaucoup plus de temps pour contrôler et venir à bout de la pandémie. Le changement climatique et son impact sont également une pandémie qui se propage à travers le monde, affectant à la fois le pays riche et le pays pauvre, dans la même proportion, sans discrimination, même si le manque de moyens et ressources pour le gérer affecte de manière disproportionnée les nations les plus pauvres de la planète. Je viens d'un pays où l'une des îles, à savoir Principe, fait partie de la réserve mondiale de la biosphère. Cependant, même cette réserve est menacée, car l'ensemble de l'archipel avait une superficie de 1001 km², mais aujourd'hui, nous n'en avons plus que 960 km². Le constat, c'est que 4% de la superficie des terres ont été engloutis par l'élévation du niveau de la mer en raison du réchauffement climatique. Le feu de forêt, les vagues de chaleur, la montée des eaux, les inondations dévastatrices menacent déjà plusieurs régions du monde. Il faut être conscient que de nos jours, nous payons tous les prix, peu importe qui sont les gros émetteurs, peu importe notre contribution à la dégradation de l'environnement. Des événements extrêmes au niveau de la mer, que se produisaient auparavant une fois tous les 100 ans, pourraient se produire chaque année d'ici la fin de ce siècle. Avec toutes les conséquences dramatiques, les nations vulnérables et les petits États insulaires en développement sont devenus de plus en plus frustrés, alors que notre demande et notre besoin de collaboration restent sans réponse de la part d'autres nations plus riches et par le G20, qui sont les gros pollueurs. C'est la raison par laquelle j'appelle toutes les nations du monde à prendre des mesures plus ambitieuses en faveur du climat. En outre, les engagements financiers sont à la traîne. Les pays développés entravent la capacité des pays pauvres et vulnérables, comme de São Tomé et Principe, à mettre en œuvre des mesures de résilience climatique et en faveur de la transition vers les économies neutres en carbone et durables. Par conséquent, nous appelons donc à l'exécution urgente des promesses de mobilisation de fonds et de l'engagement déjà convenu de 100 milliards de dollars par an pour faire face aux défis climatiques. São Tomé et Principe a connu peu de progrès dans l'adaptation au changement climatique. Pour cela, elle a encore besoin d'un soutien fort et urgent pour continuer à renforcer la résilience des communautés les plus vulnérables. Nous avons une stratégie de transition vers les énergies renouvelables et l'économie bleue. Mais à quoi sert-il si l'on n'a pas les moyens de sa mise en œuvre alors que nous sommes engagés dans une course contre la montre? En mettant à jour nos contributions nationales déterminées pour inclure à la fois des mesures d'atténuation pour réduire les émissions de gaz à effet de serre et des mesures d'adaptation pour renforcer la résilience des communautés les plus vulnérables, nous avons démontré la nécessité d'une ambition accélérée et saisissons donc cette occasion pour simplement appeler à l'action. São Tomé et Principe reste engagé dans la lutte contre le changement climatique. De plus en plus, les populations qui souffrent directement les effets de l'impact des changements climatiques prennent davantage conscience du risque que court l'humanité entière et reconnaissent que la seule option est de lutter pour inverser les impacts du changement climatique. Cela dit, je vous souhaite à tous bonne chance et j'espère que d'ici la prochaine conférence, nous aurons des raisons pour être plus optimistes et partager à notre voie de progrès réalisés. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. It is now my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Armen Pashinyan, President of Armenia. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President, and my family name is Sarkisyan. And Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank Her Majesty and Her Majesty's government for organizing this significant and timely event. Special thanks to Prime Minister Boris Johnson, his colleagues, and the City of Glasgow for excellent summit and warm hospitality. First, about Armenia, a small state and a global nation. According to the World Bank analysis, Armenia is the fourth most vulnerable country to climate change in Eastern Europe and Central Asia region. Armenia has registered a 1.3 degrees Celsius increase in temperature and 9% decrease in precipitation. Despite the challenges of the COVID-19 pandemic and ongoing Nagorno-Karabakh conflict, we are committed to stronger integration into the global agenda on climate change and to demonstrate an increase in our climate ambition. Armenia has constantly expressed its commitment to joining global efforts to combat climate change. In 2021, Armenia reaffirmed our commitment through the NDC and declared an objective 40% reduction of its greenhouse gas emission by 2030 compared to the 1990. The long objective of Armenia is to achieve climate neutrality in the second half of the century. Transition to climate neutrality is an core of the country's energy independence, energy security, and green growth policy. Our vision of resilient and low-carbon growth is directly connected to a solid and effective adaptation strategy that is based on an ecosystem approach, reforestation, investments in renewable energy and energy efficiency, new high technologies, promotion of electric mobility, and further development of nuclear energy. Dear colleagues, substantial public debt burdens most developing economies and their ability to access concessional and non-concessional climate finance. In this regard, a creative approach is crucial. I'm delighted to share with you our renewed Debt for Climate Swap initiative. It presents a new climate finance investment instrument, and it will help developing countries to adapt more efficiently to climate change finance and will provide new economic opportunities. Mr. President, exactly 1 year ago, during its war against Nagorno-Karabakh, Azerbaijan used internationally banned weapons to target not only civilians but also beautiful forests of the large area, causing massive forest fires and creating environmental disasters in place. We call all international community to step up to its efforts to prevent such irresponsible, inhuman behavior. The environmental challenges do not recognize borders and conflict lines, and we should bring all states of the world into comprehensive cooperation. Now, just a couple of words about this conference. I thoroughly enjoyed the opening of the conference, enjoyed speeches of my colleagues from worldwide, and it was confirmed by everybody here that there is a big problem, which is the climate change. But that's not the only problem that we have these days, because we're facing also pandemic, we're facing economic difficulties, and we are worldwide, and we're facing rise of populism, we're facing uncertainty, we're also facing unpredictability here. But on the other side, having all of these problems, we have also recognized here globally that there's huge wealth, and that wealth is in trillions of dollars that could resolve the issue. And on the other side, during the 100 years of development based on quantum technology and quantum physics, we have achieved phenomenal achievements in science and technology. And that technology today can resolve our problems, be that in climate change, be that in COVID and other problems that we are facing. So where is the problem? Why we are not so effective or efficient? I think there is one thing that we should learn from the history of science. When 100 years ago, great scientists, people like Albert Einstein, Max Planck, Heisenberg, realized that the classical laws of physics and mechanics, cannot be applied to the new discovered small particles and atoms. You have to change your mentality. You have to change your philosophy, your logic, even your common sense to understand and create the theory of quantum physics. We are on the crossroad. The world has become quantum. This is a crossroad that we have to start thinking differently, because the world that ahead of us is not the one that was there 10 or 20 years ago. So based on that, if we change our mentality, form our ambition and strategy, then we can effectively use the finances and the wealth created during this phenomenal development and use the technology to handle the problems that we are facing. But not only resolve the problems, but also create a basis of development to the brighter future years to come. And when finally, at the opening of summit, Professor Brian Cox took us to a trip to Cosmos to see from the above how amazingly beautiful this planet is, and to realize that in the whole universe, this is our home and the only one. And there is no other alternative for us but to work and to fight for this green and blue planet. Armenia is committed to become a really smart state, devoted to our nature, planet, and humanity. And I'm optimistic that we can overcome these difficulties and build a brighter future for all of us. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Fumio Kishida, Prime Minister of Japan. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. At the outset, let me start by commending my friend Boris for his leadership in hosting the COP26. I will be speaking in Japanese from now on, so may I ask you to put on your headphones. 気候変動という人類共通の課題に日本は総力を挙げて取り組んでまいります。その決意を皆さんに伝えるためにこのグラスゴーの地に駆けつけてまいりました。パリ協定の採択から6年、当時ローラン・ファビウス議長のもと決意を新たにしたあの瞬間を我々は忘れてはなりません。どうしてもこれをフミオに渡したい、そう言って友人であるローランがくれた木槌を私は気候変動問題に真摯に向き合う覚悟の証として今でも大切に持っています。目標の達成に向けこの10年が勝負です。高い野心を持って共に全力を尽くしていこうではありませんか。2050年カーボンニュートラル、日本はこれを新たに策定した長期戦略のもと実現してまいります。2030年度に温室効果ガスを2013年度比で 46% 削減することを目指し、さらに 50% の高みに向け挑戦を続けていくことを約束いたします。議長、日本はアジアの中心に再エネを最大限導入しながらクリーンエネルギーへの移行を推進し、脱炭素社会を作り上げます。アジアにおける再エネ導入は太陽光が主体となることが多く、周波数の安定管理のため既存の火力発電をゼロエミッション化し活用することも必要です。日本はアジアエネルギートランジションイニシアティブを通じ化石火力をアンモニア、水素などのゼロエミ火力に転換するため1億ドル規模の先導的な事業を展開します。先進国全体で年間1000億ドルの資金目標の不足分を率先して補うべく、日本は6月に表明した向こう5年間で官民合わせて600億ドル規模の支援に加え、アジア開発銀行などと協力し、アジアなどの脱炭素化支援のための革新的な資金協力の枠組みの立ち上げなどに貢献し、新たに5年間で最大100億ドルの追加支援を行う用意があることを表明いたします。ボリスと協力し、先進各国も日本に続くよう呼びかけてまいります。これらの支援により、日本の経済成長の日本の経済成長のエンジンであるアジア全体のゼロエミッション化を力強く推進してまいります。日本は世界の必需品である自動車のカーボンニュートラルの実現に向け、あらゆる技術の選択肢を追求してまいります。2兆円のグリーンイノベーション基金を活用し、電気自動車普及の鍵を握る次世代電池モーターや水素、合成燃料の開発を進めます。イノベーションの成果をアジアに普及し、世界をリードしてまいります。日本はグローバルメタンプレッジにも参加いたします。脱炭素への移行を進めていく中で、足元のエネルギー価格の上昇といった問題について、 我々リーダーが対応を議論していくことが必要です。さらに日本は防災など気候変動に適応するための支援を倍増し、約148億ドルの支援を行います。先端技術を活用し、国際機関と連携しながら世界の森林保全のため約 2.4 億ドルの資金支援を行うことを表明いたします。我々が気候変動に向き合うとき、誰一人取り残されることがあってはなりません。日本は対策に全力で取り組み、人類の未来に貢献してまいります。ありがとうございました。Thank you so much.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is now my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Catherine Ree Jacobs Doughty, Prime Minister of Iceland. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, we have received new guidance from science before this meeting, and the evidence is stronger than ever. Our combined Paris pledges will not suffice to keep global warming within safe limits, and we must upgrade. Iceland announced last year an upgrade of our ambition level from 40 to 55% emission cuts to 2030, and we will achieve this goal in cooperation with EU and Norway. Earlier this year, the Icelandic Parliament made our previously announced goal of carbon neutrality by 2040 legally binding, one of few countries that has taken this step. We are working on a roadmap to carbon neutrality. A big step on that journey is our newly released long-term low-emission strategy in line with the Paris Agreement. Iceland has also set a goal of quitting fossil fuel use by 2050, and last September we published our first adaptation strategy. The parties who are now forming a new government in Iceland are currently discussing ways to strengthen our goals, our 2030 target, while ensuring a just transition towards a greener economy. In climate mitigation, we believe we are on the right track, but we want to do better still. As part of its renewed NDC, Iceland has increased its year-on-year funding for climate-related development programs and projects significantly and continues to do so. And we have also some good stories to tell in Iceland. 100% renewable energy for heating and electricity, second in the world in the share of clean cars in total sales. But we need to do more. We need clean energy transition to extend to ships and airplanes, and being an island, this is particularly relevant. We must do better in nature-based solutions. In the last 3 years or so, we have doubled our efforts, but still we need to do more there. We must look for negative emissions and new technology. And just 2 months ago, the world's biggest direct air capture and storage plant opened in Iceland. There, the CO2 is being pumped in the basalt ground where it is petrified. And we hope that this is a small step towards something very much bigger, a technology that can prove useful for the whole world. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to recite to you the words of an Icelandic author, Andri Snær Magnason, who said in his book on climate, "Your time is the time of the people you know and love, the time that molds you. And your time is also the time of the people you will know and love. The time that you will shape, everything you do matters, you create the future every single day." His words are true. The time to create the future is now, today. Young people are pressing for actions and we must heed their call. And I also want to underscore the importance of gender equality in our discourse, because we must involve women and girls in all aspects of climate action and decisions. We need the energy and ingenuity of all humankind. The signs of climate disruption are ominous. We see emergencies around the world that are a direct consequence of the climate crisis. In Iceland, we see our glaciers receding. We worry about the change of chemistry and circulation in our oceans in ways that could disrupt the entire marine ecosystem. But there are also signs of progress that give ground for hope and optimism. The promise of the Paris Agreement is alive and well, and I sense a great ambition here in Glasgow. There is demanding work ahead, but it can be good work as well. Green transition can and must be the growth story of the 21st century. Save the day and the planet. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is now my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Keith Rowley, Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Mr. President, Your Excellencies, Heads of Government, we gather today at a pivotal point in the history of humanity in a further attempt to deepen commitment and determination to mitigate the efforts of climate change. The August 2021 report of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change has presented a sobering outlook and brought into focus the severe shortfall in closing the emissions gap. Any temperature increase beyond the 1.5 degrees Celsius level will have long-term and permanent consequences, particularly for small countries and economies such as Trinidad and Tobago. The only solution, therefore, is to increase collective ambition. According to the World Energy Outlook, in order for the world to shift from our current unsustainable path, we need to focus on driving renewable and sustainable electrification, improving efficiency, reducing methane emissions, and turbocharging innovation. We also need to implement strategies and unlock the capital flows in support of energy transitions and ensure reliability and affordability. Mr. President, while mitigation ambition is driven by the 1.5 degrees Celsius goal, the global goal on adaptation has failed to achieve a commensurate level of attention and action. At COP26, we must ensure that we have an outcome that helps to raise adaptation, ambition, and action. Establishing a specific work program after COP26 to define the details for the global goal and adaptation will be the key. Trinidad and Tobago is a small island developing state already experiencing the effects of climate change. Loss and damage are already clear in the aggressive erosion of our coastline and the bleaching of our coral reefs. Tackling loss and damage must remain a critical and core issue of any global climate action framework. We are increasingly concerned about our ability to address this issue given the well-known difficulty in accessing financing for such projects. We need funds like the Green Climate Fund to establish specific streams for loss and damage finance to ensure that this is prioritized in the same way as mitigation and adaptation. Further, there must be equitable balance between public finance for mitigation and adaptation. COP26 will be a critical point at which we can assess whether our climate finance flows are headed in the right direction. In this regard, the United States' announcement that it would double its climate finance support is particularly inspiring. This is the type of bold action all donor countries need to consider in the weeks ahead. The mobilization of private finance will also be critical for securing the urgently needed investment, particularly for the transformation of our energy sectors. Mr. President, we must complete the work to implement the energy transparency framework. Even as a small country with limited resources, we will make every effort to report to the required standard, with some assistance, of course. We expect others to do the same. This is the deal we made in Paris. We cannot go back on it now. Mr. President, as an economy largely based on oil and gas and petrochemicals, we in Trinidad and Tobago recognize our responsibility in transitioning over reasonable and manageable time to net zero. We have set very ambitious targets aimed at diversifying our economy. We have embarked upon ambitious plans to reduce emissions and build climate resilience, but we will need help. These measures include the following. We are in the process of establishing the largest utility-scale solar renewable energy project in the Caribbean with a capacity of 112 megawatts, accounting for 10% of our power needs, and we plan to increase this complement to 30% by 2030. We have developed an e-mobility policy, and we are already implementing measures to phase in electric vehicles. We recognize the need to address the socio-economic issues associated with energy transition and have developed a just transition of the workforce policy aimed at reskilling, retooling, and developing new capacity for a low-carbon economy. We are pursuing measures to facilitate investments in green hydrogen, to provide green feedstock to our vibrant petrochemical industry. We intend to explore the use of industry-generated carbon dioxide in possible carbon sequestration projects. Mr. President, COP26 has created great expectations and heightened hopes for climate ambition for Trinidad and Tobago. This ambition includes reducing greenhouse gas emissions and providing much-needed climate finance to enable vulnerable countries to adapt to climate impacts and assist in transforming their economies to more sustainable, low-carbon paths. Beyond rhetoric and pledges, every country needs to be serious about urgent action in this decade. Trinidad and Tobago is committed to working with all countries in the multilateral framework to ensure a safe and secure world for those yet to be born. It is my sincere hope that we will be able to look back at COP26 and the commitments and progress made here in Glasgow and key steps towards a healthier, salvageable planet Earth. Let's work for survival of ours and all species. Let's not choose extinction. Mr. President, I thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is now my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Jonas Gahr Støre, Prime Minister of Norway. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, Norway comes to Glasgow with one overriding ambition: helping keep the 1.5-degree target alive. This is existential, it is urgent, and it is possible if we jointly step up our commitments. I commend those that have enhanced their targets. The new Norwegian government has done so. I urge all remaining countries, especially the large emitters, to follow suit. Norway will reduce its emissions, and we will help others to cut theirs and adapt. There is no trade-off between mitigation and adaptation. We can succeed both. We come to Glasgow with 3 firm commitments. First, we will follow up on the invitation by the British hosts. We are ready to double our climate financing contribution to more than $1.6 billion by 2026, thus contributing significantly to reaching the $100 billion target set in Paris. And in doing so, we will invite private capital to join us in mobilizing necessary resources. As part of our contribution, we will, as a minimum, triple our adaptation finance. How can this contribution, Mr. President, make a real difference? Norway will work with development partners to help finance their transition to renewable energy. We will support investments that can help phase out coal and other fossil sources. We will launch a new climate investment initiative to fund renewable energy in developing countries. And we will continue our efforts to preserve tropical forests and promote sustainable forestry and agriculture. And we are making progress here at this conference. Second, Mr. President, it will be a priority for my government and for me as Prime Minister to work with business, industry and the social partners to help us all succeed the transition towards renewable, circular and sustainable future. This transition will make a difference in Norway, but our ambition goes further. We aim to develop and export technology that can be of use beyond our borders. Norway is positioned to take a lead in developing ocean-based solutions such as offshore wind, green shipping, carbon capture, utilization and storage, hydrogen, and electrical mobility. We will harness market forces. Our active industrial policy will support technologies reach their tipping points. In doing so, correct carbon pricing is essential. Open markets and international trade will also be crucial. And finally, Mr. President, third point, the financial sector must play its part. Norway's public pension fund Global is the world's largest sovereign wealth fund, invested worldwide. Our goal is to make it the leading fund in responsible investment and the management of climate risk. Climate risk is indeed a financial risk and needs to be managed as such. As a responsible investor, the fund will base its ownership work on an overall long-term goal of net zero emissions from the companies it invests in. So, friends, we cannot allow the inaction of some to be an argument for failing to take action together by the rest of us. Now is the time to step up. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is now my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Edi Rama, Prime Minister of Albania. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
I'm probably the tallest here, but from one of the smallest countries, Albania. My fellow citizens and I look up to your countries as models of good government. In important events such as this one, we are told what to do. We tend to listen and take notes. And so I've listened and I've taken my notes. But the question with which I came here has not been answered yet. Perhaps it has not occurred to anyone. So I thought I would make it clear. How do the big polluters intend to help us? A non-polluter. Yes, a non-polluter. Our energy production is based on renewables, 100%. Zero fossil fuels. We do not just pledge to meet the common challenge of commitments made and targets set. We do it today, 2021. But we are not self-sufficient, so we have to import energy. And therefore, we import pollution. And our small country asks, how long do we have to continue to do the right thing just alone? How long do we have to pay the price? First, for the contribution to climate change of the big guys. Then, for their failure to remedy its consequences. We could have taken all the lucrative offers for coal thermal plants that we have received over the years. They would have helped us to balance our dry seasons in a country relying 100% on hydropower. When the lack of rain obliged us to go to the market and buy very expensive energy from the big guys. I'm proud we did not. But now, my small country looks at what is going on here and sees how the biggest polluters get also the biggest chunks of the money. Guess what? To assist us to deal with climate change. Now that winter nears, our budget is bleeding because we have to buy in energy and prices skyrocket. Moreover, because it has been so dry, our hydropower plants cannot meet our needs. And so we are caught between the Sheila of wishing to have rain for our electricity production and the Charybdis of risking devastating floods that erode massive chunks of our small rural economy. The climate crisis in action. So, my small country says to itself, you are 100% renewable, yes, but what's the answer for the families and the small businesses who cannot afford to pay even higher bills for their electricity consumption? Are we paying a price for doing the right thing? We cannot wait around to see if the markets move quickly in the right direction. I hope that here will be delivered on the promises of finance to support low and middle income countries, starting from the clean energy role models like Albania. This financing must not come in the form of loans that entrap our countries in cycles of debt, but through grants that empower us to invest. And I hope the support will not continue to mean endless studies and strategies which impact far less than it costs to pay people from rich countries to draft them. It is a noble stance to refuse any mixing with fossil fuel of our 100% renewable energy production. Some of the guys here may be able to afford it. For us, it is literally a daily struggle. The model is not affordable if it is not supported from richer and more powerful countries. I'm aware that the future of climate initiatives does not depend on how they affect Albania and others like Albania, but the lack of action of the big polluters affect us, and many like us who pay the price for the profits of the big polluters. I started by saying that we look up to countries, big countries, as models of good government. I hope we won't come to realize that this was a big mistake. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Distinguished heads of state and government, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, honored guests, we will continue with the delivery of national statements today at 1500 hours in this plenary. With this, I declare this joint meeting of the COP, CMP and the CMA adjourned. Now that we have finished the high-level segment of today, we will have a short interval where we will welcome African leaders involved with climate investment on the stage. I would like now to welcome Seni Nafo, co-chair of the African Green Finance Coalition, Ukur Yatani, Cabinet Secretary, Kenya Treasury Representative, co-chair, AGFC, and Ayan Zainab Adam, Senior Director and Chief Executive Officer, AFC Capital Partners, to the stage on the theme of financing the transition in Africa.
Thank you. For the past 4 years, Kenya has been proud to act as a co-convener at the Africa NDA Green Climate Finance Network, which was set up to help channel GCF funding to Africa. We want to repurpose this network of 43 African countries and transform it into a dynamic platform for peer learning and capacity building in the area of green and climate resilient finance, policy, making and regulation, and thereby greatly enhance Africa's ability to source climate-friendly capital from a broader range of potential funding sources, both international funds and from domestic institutional investors. Africa needs to speak to the widest possible range of investors, international but also domestic, and the African Green Finance Coalition will be a platform that allows it to do that, backed by a robust peer learning platform and a peer review mechanism that will bring Africa countries along this path together. A peer review mechanism will act as the accountability mechanism to ensure progress is sustained. This is about Africa taking control of its own development as an investment destination, building its capacity and attractiveness as an investment destination, and offering large-scale investment opportunities. It is about investment and not aid. Aid funding is never going to be enough. There are potential trillions of investment capital available with Africa Green Finance Coalition. Africa can compete very effectively for these funds. At the moment, fewer than a quarter of African countries have a climate financing strategy in place. That has to change if Africa is going to be able to capture this opportunity. Third is about acknowledging the opportunity to mainstream green into Africa's development narrative. Africa needs above all jobs and other economic opportunities. A green economic development pathway can deliver more and better quality growth. Fourth is about Africa responding to what will be the biggest shift in financial markets this century. As financial markets across the globe go green, Africa must adapt to these tectonic shifts. The supply side is changing forever. Lastly, is about Africa working together. There's no point in a small number of countries doing well on green finance if others are not. Climate change is not a problem that affects a small number of countries. This has to be a collaborative effort. I would now like to welcome Sini Nafo, a co-chair of Africa Green Finance Coalition, to the stage, who will speak to 3 ongoing areas of investment and the launch plan for the AGFC. Welcome.
Thank you, Cabinet Secretary, for the introduction. Let me now present 3 substantive undertakings the Coalition is already supporting as concrete action to enhance implementation on the ground. First, with the Africa Finance Corporation, Africa Investment Grade Premier Infrastructure House launched an asset management fiduciary, which itself is already launching an infrastructure climate resilient fund, ICRF. With ICRF, the intention is to raise $2 billion in the next 3 years. ICRF will be the first tailored solution to integrate the impact of climate change in the design and construction of built-in infrastructure, while at the same time tracking low-carbon infrastructure initiatives. It will offer competitive returns to investors using a blended finance structure. With the Africa Adaptation Initiative and the adaptation of the African Agriculture Initiative, we have worked on a 23 countries program to support ambitious climate action on the ground. We will integrate climate risks in food systems. We will build a robust pipeline of projects to ensure that by COP27 in Africa next year, we have the first bottom-up multi-billion investment portfolio. The initiative will also provide an opportunity to enhance collaboration between countries and provide an opportunity for partnership in this field. Finally, in East Africa, in Tanzania, just a few weeks ago, with the Green Climate Fund, we were able to have the approval of a comprehensive $250 million framework as an adaptation framework with finance, technical assistance, and technology for small farmer holders. We hope to learn and to catalyze this fund to be able to extend to 23 countries starting next year. Africa is hosting COP27, and we will work to identify more action. We call on all partners and investors to come and work with us in mobilizing resources for a triple win for people, for climate, and for business. And with this, I have the pleasure to introduce Ayan Adam, who is the CEO of the Africa Finance Partners. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Seni Nafo. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, here at Glasgow in COP26. Thank you to the presidency for what I believe will be the start of a very great and impactful COP here in Glasgow that will lead to a successful Africa COP in Egypt next year in the Great Egypt. My name, as has been noted, it's Ayan Adam. I am the CEO of Africa Finance Corporation's new asset management subsidiary called AFC Capital Partners. And AFC is a leading investment-grade infrastructure solutions provider that is charged with closing the last mile gap in powering Africa and also building critical infrastructure that is resilient to the impacts of climate change. In the next few minutes, I will highlight 3 points. I want to reinforce that we as Africans and as AFC, we welcome the Africa Green Finance Coalition, AGFC, and its importance. I also want to talk a little bit about some of the challenges that we're facing in the African continent. And then finally end with how AGFC will support in accelerating solutions that are core to Africa to mobilize some of the key announcements that were made here today. As I said, it's an honor and a pleasure to welcome and to completely laud the launch of the Africa Green Finance Coalition. This is an important initiative in that it will support us working together to overcome the challenges that investors face in assessing a large pipeline of investable assets that are climate compatible in Africa. We as AFC welcome it. I believe others will too. For us, the Africa Green Finance Corporation is a new coalition that is charged with the mandate of supporting improvement in the legal and the regulatory frameworks that will support Africa to mobilize significant amount of resources. It is also going to build capacity so that we can bring impactful, climate-compatible projects to the market, and both African countries and African institutions, such as ours, AFC, have a chance of mobilizing significant capital, both from concessional resources, such as the Green Climate Fund, as well as from large institutional investors. This is critical because we at African institutions have the mandate and the chance to mobilize this capital to drive development, to create and mobilize finance that will drive significant development, create jobs, and contribute to meaningfully combat the impacts of climate change, both the causes, but as well as the impact. Allow me to touch upon a few realities that we face in Africa. As an African, East African woman living in West Africa, in Lagos, working on Pan-African mandate, we know firsthand and clearly the reality faced our precious continent due to the infrastructure deficit that is there. This really motivates me as an African to see these as both strong opportunities as well as have the energy to mitigate the challenges. In Africa, we face 2.3 billion worth of infrastructure gap. That is the current stock. That doesn't even include future population growth. And we hope that the announcements that we've heard today here in Glasgow will translate into projects that new funding for clean energy and the pledges that were made for protecting the forests and restoring degraded lands will reach Africa by Egypt COP27. These are encouraging signs, and we are willing and ready to support our precious continent, that which has contributed the least, but is overtaking a large burden due to the impacts of climate change. Africa presents a great opportunity, and there are many global and local investment-grade institutions on the ground that, like ourselves, Africa Finance Corporation, that are able to de-risk and structure very strong PPAs, that we have the track record that has offered investors competitive investment returns. Some will require blended finance, others are ready for investment today. Yes, there are significant challenges and risks, both real and many perceived in investing in Africa. Yet Africa has the second lowest default rates in the project finance arena, just next to the Middle East. That means that the risk perceptions, some of it is perceived because we do have stronger PPAs where governments are backing them so that investors have the right investment return profile. I want to end and emphasize that as an African professional on the ground, I want to loudly welcome the creation of the Africa Green Finance Coalition, as was noted by Ambassador Seni and Cabinet Secretary Mr. Yatani. For us at AFC, this partnership is already supporting us in a recently launched Pan-Africa-wide AFC Capital Infrastructure Climate Resilient Fund, which is aimed at removing barriers in mainstreaming climate resilient investments while helping us crowd out large institutional investors. I want to thank the presidency and also thank all the people behind that have organized this intervention. Thank you very much.
We thank Saini Nafo, Okur Yatani, and Diane Zainab Adam for their important interventions on the theme of financing the transition in Africa. This concludes this morning's session, and we look forward to welcoming you back at 1500.
Enable us track wood electronically to ensure that only legally compliant timber is allowed into any market. From 2024 and beyond, we aim to reduce emissions by some 10 million tons of carbon dioxide equivalent in the cocoa forest landscape through the implementation of the Ghana Cocoa Forest Red Plus program, one of 5 ecological landscape tailored programs in Ghana's Red Plus strategy. Ghana, through her nationally determined contributions in the forest sector, is committed to supporting the global target of halving emissions by 2030 and attaining neutrality by 2050. Undoubtedly, and with the right partnerships, these goals are well within our reach and will help fight for the protection of our planet from climate change. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much. And Ngozi, I apologize for interrupting, but we have a very special guest here with us who's been able to make it. And that is the President of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen. She has asked if she could speak, and then we will turn to you, my friend. So I apologize, but due to timing issues, I would like to bring in the President, if I may. Thank you.
Please. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Dear Dr. Ngozi, dear President Nana Akufo-Addo, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for stressing the importance of working with producer countries like, for example, Ghana. Indeed, protecting forests, sustainably managing them, and caring for the land is our shared priority. not only because these ecosystems are essential for the stability of our climate, but also because they continue to provide livelihoods for hundreds of millions of people right around the world. And we know that in many forest communities around the world, tradition, culture, craftsmanship are very alive, and therefore protecting forests is also about protecting our heritage. And we need to better listen to the indigenous communities, to the producers, to the consumers, and to the traders. Listen to each other, work with each other. And in this principle, we have since long been working in partnership with producing countries to reduce pressure on forests. We redirect finances in support of more sustainable land use now. And we have made forest protection an integral part of our relations with trading partners. And let me give you some examples. We have the Green Alliance with Japan. We have an environment and climate dialogue with China. But we also know how important it is to play our part at home. We have to reduce the EU's consumption footprint on land and forest around the world. European voters and consumers are making this increasingly clear to us. They no longer want to buy products that are responsible for deforestation or forest degradation. And this is why we will soon propose a regulation to tackle EU-driven global deforestation. Commodities and products placed on our market should not lead to deforestation. But we will do that with a principle to working in close partnership with the producing countries. This is so important. As I've said, listen to each other, work with each other to stop deforestation. Working in partnership is essential. And it is in that context that I am pleased to announce that the Commission will provide €1 billion to the Global Forest Pledge. And we are very happy that 250 million of these will be specifically for the Congo Basin Pledge, so important too. And of course, I'm very pleased to sign up to the declaration for the EU, along with the joint statement on a roadmap for action on forest, agriculture, and commodity trade. Europe is delighted to be part of this ambitious movement to protect our climate, to protect our heritage, and to protect our forests. Thank you for your attention. Thanks a lot.
Well, thank you very much, Madam President. We're really glad you came on for those inspiring examples and for the pledge. But I also want to thank His Excellency, President Akufo-Addo, for the ambitious goals he's also set of planting 20 million trees and saving 10 million tons of CO2 in the cocoa areas. So thank you, both very, very wonderful pledges for us to hear. Now, let me also bring in the private sector. I'd like to call on President Bjørge Brende, the President of the World Economic Forum, to give us a private sector perspective. And I understand you also have a very important announcement to make. Bjørge.
So thank you for the opportunity to be here, and thank you to the European Commission for the pledge of 1 billion, very consequential. Thank you, Dr. Ngozi. We'll have a very interesting dialogue now, the two of us. As you heard, the World Economic Forum, on behalf of the forum, I'm representing 10 major agricultural processing and trading businesses who have committed to accelerate climate action in their supply chains today, really walking the talk. Firstly, I would like also to thank COP and also Prime Minister Johnson for his commitment at the opening of this part of the summit, sending important signals also that the private sector needs to do its part of the job. And listening to the esteemed colleagues here from Ghana, EU and WTO, I'm struck by the sheer force of collective action, and particularly how we need more public-private partnerships on the scale we're hearing about today. This is essential if we are to keep the 1.5 degrees alive and protect and restore our forests and enhance livelihoods for those who live and work in these landscapes. Eliminating deforestation from global agriculture supply chains is critical to achieving net zero emissions by 2050. The companies who have combined an annual revenue of $500 billion have committed to create a shared roadmap for supply chain action that is consistent with a 1.5-degree pathway. The joint statement of action is a powerful example on how the private sector can be agents of transformation alongside governments, the finance sector, civil society, and communities. I would like to thank all the companies and their CEOs. They are ADM, Amaji, Bunge, Cargill, Golden Agri Resources, JBS, Louis Dreyfus Company, Ulam, Viterra, and Wilmar. Collectively, they handle more than half of global trade in the key commodities such as soy and palm oil. So this really makes a real difference when they do commit to also no deforestation in the future. The companies have committed to explore how they can jointly accelerate implementation of existing commitments to zero deforestation, how they can increase transparency on their Scope 3 emissions, how they can improve the livelihoods of farmers, and how they can highlight to governments the enabling policy environments needed to accelerate this type of action. The World Economic Forum is here to support this public-private collaboration. It is what we do the best and how we have confidence that we can work together to meet the Sustainable Development Goals. In our last report, the Tropical Forest Alliance outlined how demand for agriculture commodities has risen an astonishing 50% in the last 20 years. And with 1.8 billion people projected to enter the middle class before 2030, this is only set to grow. That is a stark reminder of the reality we face and why this type of action from our leading agriculture commodity trading companies is so vital if we are to reach our climate goals while also delivering on food security. We have no time to lose. Let's not move around deck chairs on Titanic. Let's roll up our sleeves and deliver on this promise. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Bjørge, for that ambitious announcement. It's really heartening to hear that the 10 major agricultural commodities traders responsible for half of all trade in agricultural commodities have made these pledges. Thank you so much for sharing. And thank you to you and the WEF for helping back and make this happen. Let me use this opportunity to thank all our speakers wholeheartedly for their interventions. Your remarks have shown that governments and private actors are taking concrete steps to ensure that trade makes a positive contribution to sustainable outcomes on forests and land use. We all now need to redouble our efforts to ensure that trade makes real changes in people's lives, both now and for generations to come. Thank you very much. And now let me hand over to our wonderful MC.
Thank you so much, Ngozi. Thank you both for staying with us. Thank you to the President of the European Commission and the President of Ghana. It has been such a pleasure having this as our closing session, because we do know that, as you have so clearly indicated, Ngozi, that we have to think about trade as one of the systemic shifts that address the way in which we protect our forests. So thank you both.
Thank you.
And may I lead you off to the left. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, and if there are any excellencies still in the room, all of you who are still watching, I feel as if I've run a marathon myself this morning. There have been so many incredible announcements. Such an important way to start our COP26 commitments. We've been asked time and time again by the next generation, by the youth that are not in this room, that we must turn our words into action. That is what we were told as well time and time again today, not only by Indigenous peoples and community leaders, but by the leaders of so many countries. This has been an extraordinary event, with a huge thanks to our host country, to the distinguished guests, and to the unprecedented alliance of governments, companies, financial actors, and non-state leaders, all of whom have come forward with commitments. This is about mutual respect and solidarity. We have shifted the bar. How have we done that this morning? Please take note. 100 countries have committed to halt and reverse forest loss and land degradation by 2030. This is the decisive decade. Through the Glasgow Leaders' Declaration on Forests and Land Use, this is such a powerful demonstration of political will and collaboration from countries accounting for over 80% of the world's forests. Again, this has never been done before. But follow through, as we've all been saying today, is absolutely critical. This cannot be mere words. It cannot be a moment in time. We have seen substantial commitments to action today, and we must translate those 12 billion public climate finance to forests and the 7.2 billion private finance that now has been mobilized into capital that truly flows to protect the Congo Basin, to protect the Amazon, to protect our lungs across the globe. We have also seen commitments to begin the systemic shifts required to truly put the world on a path to deliver this 2030 goal. Multilateral development banks have committed to entrench nature in their policy and their operations. Promising public-private partnership has been announced through the LEAF Coalition. CEOs from more than 30 financial institutions with portfolios worth over 8.7 trillion of global assets say they will eliminate investment in activities linked to deforestation. And we've seen a unique offering from major traders to support supply chain action consistent with a 1.5 degrees Celsius pathway. This sets out a clear roadmap to COP 27, and it enables us to move forward. The launch of the FACT roadmap to deliver sustainable trade and reduce pressure on forests, which we've just heard about, including support for smallholder farmers and improving the transparency of supply chains, endorsed by 28 governments representing 76% of global trade in key commodities that can threaten forests. Yes, delivery is everything. We need urgent results and further commitments and action to underpin these fine words. Our next steps will be truly defining. That is how I leave you today. As was so promptly indicated, may we all get in the same canoe, using synergetic paddles to get us there. As we move on this pathway, this stream, which will become, we hope, many streams, to really shift deforestation, to stop deforestation, and to focus also our minds on regeneration. Thank you again to all of the incredible, esteemed leaders from the private and the public sector that have made truly a difference today. And thank you for staying here with me today as well. Stay safe.
No. This guy? No, this guy. About ready to do this. Maybe. Or not. Shoot 'em up. Oh, it's pretty dark over there. That's not even worth it. That's unusable. Okay, that's enough. Huh? I don't know.
Folks, I'm waiting for the signal that they're literally about a minute away, but I'll do what I learned how to do in the Senate, which is filibuster. I just want to share with you some news that I think is really important. Prime Minister Kishida had been talking about this with us for a couple of days. I know the issue of finance has been much on everybody's minds, and as you know, we've been pushing really hard to be able to get the full amount, not just for the 23 and out years, but for next year too. We did achieve getting, according to the OECD measurement, up to about somewhere between 95, 98. I think I remember in school if you got a 98 on a test, you did pretty well. But obviously it's not 100, and that was the promise. So Prime Minister Kishida has today announced that he is going to be, that Japan will make a major contribution over the next 10 years. And the $2 billion per year for the 5 years is significant, and because it can be managed in a certain way, it has the ability to leverage and to produce from World Bank and other sources about $8 billion. So that will put us over, if that detail gets locked in properly, that would put us over the 100 for next year, not waiting until 23. As we all know at these gatherings, it's not over till it's over, it's not done until it's done. But I believe it can. So let me just formally welcome you all to this event. I want to thank so many leaders for taking the time. I know sitting at a desk and waiting for an opportunity to affirm something is not the normal responsibility of a head of state. But we're deeply appreciative because in the numbers of people here today, well over 100 nations have joined the methane pledge. Understanding, obviously, everybody, and I see Fatih Birol here who's been warning us about it, it's 20 to 80 times more destructive than CO2. It is fully responsible for 0.5 degrees of the warming of the 1.1 we're at today. And with this initiative, you're making it possible for us, if we achieve our goal, to be able to lower the warming by 0.2 degrees. That is not insignificant. It's the fastest get you can get with respect to methane. So we're deeply appreciative. All of you are leading on this, and I'm delighted to introduce to you President von der Leyen of the European Commission and the President of the United States, my boss, Joe Biden.
What a pleasure to be here with you, Excellencies, distinguished guests, my fellow leaders, ladies and gentlemen. When we talk about climate action, we look at two different horizons. There's one, of course, of climate neutrality by mid-century, but there's a second one, and that's the closer one. And this is much more urgent, and this is the horizon of 2030. We have to act now. We need big structural changes, yes, to reach 2050 climate neutrality, but we cannot wait for 2050. We have to cut emissions fast. And methane is one of the gases we can cut fastest. Doing that will immediately slow down climate change, because we all know methane is a powerful greenhouse gas. Roughly 30% of global warming since the Industrial Revolution is due to methane emissions. Methane is 80 times more global warming than CO2. And today, global methane emissions grow faster than at any time in the past. So cutting back on methane emissions is one of the most effective things we can do to reduce near-term global warming and keep 1.5 degrees Celsius. It is the lowest hanging fruit. On September 17th, when you, President Biden, dear Joe, hosted us for the Major Economies Forum, the European Union and the United States announced the Global Methane Pledge. Since then, our climate envoys, John Kerry and Franz Timmermans, have worked intensively, tirelessly to gather support. And today, just over 6 weeks later, we are officially launching our methane pledge. And we're proud and happy and grateful that over 80 countries have signed up. This is fantastic. Thanks to you. Together, these over 80 countries commit to reduce global methane emissions by at least 30% by 2030 from 2020 levels on. Methane emissions come from various sources. We all know oil, gas, coal, agriculture, and landfillings. These sectors have different potential for short-term action. The greatest potential for cuts is, without any doubt, in the energy sector. And this is why next month, us, the European Commission, we will propose to regulate methane emissions. We will introduce rules to measure, to report, to verify methane emissions,
rules to put limits on venting and flaring, and rules to detect leaks and repair them. And of course, our common agriculture policy is also increasing its focus on tackling methane emissions. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, fellow leaders, the Global Methane Pledge makes cutting on methane emissions a collective undertaking. This must, of course, be supported by a sound scientific basis and a capacity to monitor and to calculate methane emissions, because we all know that only what gets measured gets done. So that's why the European Commission supports the setup of an independent international methane emissions observatory through the UN Environment Programme. But we also all know that as important as this pledge is, it is about more than hitting targets. There are clear benefits to cutting emissions, methane emissions, yes, for the planet, but also so much for the people too. Because if we deliver on this pledge, we can prevent over 200,000 premature deaths. We can prevent hundreds of thousands of asthma-related emergency room visits and over 20 million tons of crop losses a year by reducing ground-level ozone pollution. I want to thank all those countries that have signed up to the Global Methane Pledge. With this global pledge, we are making COP26 the moment when the world moves from aspiration to action. And now it's my pleasure and honor to leave this podium for you, Mr. President Dirjal. Thank you.
It was very easy to follow Ursula. She says it all well the first time. Look, I'm going to be very, very brief. I want to thank Ursula, thank you so much to everyone here today, for signing this game-changing commitment. One of the most important things we can do, and I keep referring, as many of you do, to this decisive decade. We've got to figure what we're going to do. It's not just between now and 2050. What we're going to do between now and 2030 is going to impact significantly on whether we'll be able to meet our longer-term commitment. And one of the most important things we can do in this decisive decade is to keep 1.5 degrees in reach, is reduce our methane emissions as quickly as possible. As an already been stated, it's one of the most potent greenhouse gases there is. It amounts to about half the warming we're experiencing today, just methane exposure. So together, we're committing to collectively reduce our methane by 30% by 2030, and I think we could probably go beyond that. We just announced this package at the General Assembly back in September. At the time, as mentioned, 9 countries had signed on. Today, it's over 80, it's approaching 100 countries that are signing on. That's nearly half the global methane emissions, or 70% of the global GDP. And it's going to make a huge difference. And not just when it comes to fighting climate change, as Ursula pointed out, the physical health of individuals and a whole range of other things. It's going to improve health, reduce asthma, respiratory-related emergencies. It's going to improve the food supply as well by cutting crop losses and related ground-level pollution. And it's going to boost our economies, saving companies money, reducing methane leaks, capturing methane, turning it into new revenue streams, as well as creating good-paying union jobs for our workers. And we're talking about jobs to manufacture new technologies for methane detection, jobs for union pipe fitters and welders to go out and cap abandoned oil wells and plug leaking pipelines, which there's thousands of miles of those. And it has been a foundational commitment of my administration from the beginning. It's something that I campaigned on, and today I'm announcing the next steps to reduce U.S. methane emissions. We're proposing 2 new rules. One through our Environmental Protection Agency that's going to reduce methane losses from new and existing oil and gas pipelines, and one through the Department of Transportation to reduce wasteful and potential dangerous leaks from natural gas pipelines. They have authority over that area. We're also launching a new initiative to work with our farmers and our ranchers to introduce climate-smart agricultural practices and reduce methane on farms, which is a significant source as well. And this is all part of our new methane strategy, which focuses on reducing the largest source of methane emissions while putting thousands of skilled workers on the job all across the United States, and I expect in your countries as well. So let me close again by reiterating, this isn't just something we have to do to protect the environment in the future. It's an enormous opportunity for all of us, all of our nations, to create jobs and make meeting climate goals a core part of our global economic recovery as well. The United States is eager to work with each of you to make sure we meet this goal and encourage more countries to join us in committing to reducing methane globally, because the more that can join, it should. So I want to thank you again. Much more to say, but much of it's already been said. But thank you for your partnership. Thank you for your ambition. And now I'm going to turn it back to Secretary Kerry. I believe he's still here. There he is. And I thank you all so very much.
My pleasure to introduce Prime Minister of Canada, Justin Trudeau.
Thank you, John. Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Ursula. We all want to build a cleaner and healthier future for our kids. And that means taking real climate action. There's no achievable pathway to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius without deep cuts to methane over the next decade. As Ursula and Joe and others have pointed out, methane has 86 times the warming power of carbon dioxide over a 20-year period. Not only that, it's also an air pollutant that's responsible globally for 500,000 deaths and hundreds of thousands of asthma-related hospitalizations annually. That's why Canada welcomes the Global Methane Pledge and its objective of reducing collective methane emissions by at least 30% by 2030. We're fully committed to doing the hard work at home to develop and implement a plan to slash methane emissions across the economy. And we encourage other nations to sign the pledge and do their part too. But Canada is not stopping there. Ursula pointed out that methane from the energy sector is a particular and pressing problem. Canada is a major oil and gas producer, and today, Canada becomes the first country.
We have no chance whatsoever of staying within 1.5 degrees. We have no chance of achieving net zero. We have no chance of tackling climate change. And any pathway towards net zero that does not include nature is a pathway that I would say has some serious question marks over it. But at the same time, protecting nature, in particular forests, is not just a means of tackling climate change. It's a means of tackling so many other of the great challenges we face, whether it's pollution, even pandemics, as we learnt over the last couple of years. And as we speak, the devastation continues, and it continues at a terrifying rate. We're losing around 30 football pitches of forest every single minute. And when those highly complex ecological systems are undermined, so too do we see the ending of those multiple free services that nature provides, on which we all depend for everything we do, but on which the world's poorest and most vulnerable communities depend most immediately and most directly. So turning the tide on deforestation is undoubtedly among the very greatest challenges that we all face. And I would say that what has been secured here at this COP26, and what has been announced, and I think there are still a couple more announcements to come, is genuinely significant. Combined, the commitments that we have announced represent the turning point that our forests urgently need. And our job now, all of our jobs, but particularly the UK as presidents of COP for the next year, is to make sure that each and every one of those commitments is honored in full. We have unprecedented commitments from governments to end deforestation by 2030. The number continues to rise, but it's 114 countries at the moment that have signed up, representing nearly 90% of the world's forests. We have unprecedented finance commitments, not least from my colleagues here on this panel. Finance commitments amounting to $12 billion from Germany, Norway, the EU, US, France, South Korea, Japan, Belgium, Netherlands, Denmark, Canada, and of course the UK. We doubled our international climate finance a couple of years ago. We committed since then that $3 billion of that, at least, would be invested into nature-based solutions, and of that, half would be invested in forests. We have major commitments from philanthropy, and we heard more of those earlier from the Bezos Earth Fund. And between philanthropy and some of the new initiatives that are emerging like LEAF, we have raised over $7.2 billion. We've got a new agreement with Congo Basin countries, matched by financial commitments amounting to at least $1.5 billion. The Congo Basin being one of the 3 most important areas on Earth when it comes to biodiversity and climate change. We have major new UK commitments to ramp up our support for the ambitious countries in the Amazon, not least Colombia, which I had the huge privilege of visiting only a few weeks ago, and where that ambition comes from the very top, from the president, who I hope will be here shortly, who I think really is a world leader when it comes to tackling these issues. And the UK has committed £300 million to support those best efforts across the Amazon, taking our lead from the leadership we've seen in Colombia. We secured an unprecedented package for indigenous people, $2 billion or thereabouts, and we've done so for reasons of justice, for all the reasons that people will be familiar with, but also, crudely speaking, because supporting indigenous people and local communities is probably the single most cost-effective and effective way to protect ecosystems. They've been doing it for generations, often in the face of acute threats, in some cases threats to their lives. We secured $1 billion through the new LEAF program, which is a high-integrity carbon market that will recognize and reward countries that are keeping their forests intact already, those high forest, low deforestation countries, as well as helping other countries move from deforestation towards protection and renewal. So this new financial package for forests and for those who depend on those forests is undoubtedly significant. But today we have to recognize that the financial incentives to destroy forests are roughly 40 times greater than the incentives to protect them. So alongside that finance, we're also delivering what will be a profound systemic shift. 28 countries, producer and consumer countries, have pledged to work together to break the link between agricultural commodity production and deforestation, as we're doing through legislation in the UK. And those countries represent 3/4 of that trade. We secured a very hard-won commitment by the multilateral development banks, including the World Bank, to reconcile their entire portfolios, not just with the Paris goals, but also with nature. We secured a public commitment from the world's biggest buyers of commodities that they will stop buying produce that's been grown on deforested land. And major financial institutions in charge of around, well, nearly $9 trillion of assets have committed publicly to eliminate deforestation from their portfolios. And crucially, and I think this really is crucial, to disclose fully the progress that they make. So I think Glasgow is the turning point that we had been hoping for. But as I said, our job and your job is to make sure those commitments are honored in full. So I'm going to end there by thanking my colleagues here on the panel for all the support and leadership they've shown up to this point, and no doubt the leadership they will continue to show. And I'll hand over now to Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Belgium, Alexander De Croo. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. This morning, Belgium pledged 200 million euros to fight deforestation. Now, this could be seen as a drop in the ocean compared to the challenges we face globally. Now, the good news, of course, is that we are not the only country who has pledged in such a way. Over the past years, Belgium has increased its funding to support the fight against global warming by more than 60%. For us, it is clear that this is the only way to go. And we're very happy to see that so many other countries are using the same methods and the same ambitions. To achieve climate goals, we will need to have everyone's commitment in a project that is truly global. It's clear climate has no borders, and in the forest envelope that we announced today, a substantial part will be reserved for the Congo River Basin. And I actually wanted to call this the perfect example of how we should work, because this is an example of how we work together and how we can achieve things by working together. First of all, what is the importance? Well, the importance, of course, of the Congo Basin doesn't have to be stressed more. This is the world's second largest tropical rainforest. This is one of those places in the world that can help us in trapping as much carbon dioxide as possible to keep the temperature rise within the limit of 1.5 degrees. The Congo Basin forest provides half of the rainfall of Africa, and it holds a great degree of biodiversity. If we let this place on Earth deteriorate, it will impact or undermine the livelihood of 80 million people who live around that region. This is an ecological threat, but it's also an economic threat. If this would happen, it would impact around 50% of the economy of DRC. Put simply, there is no region in the world that has the same capacity to mitigate against the unfolding climate crisis just by preserving the natural resources that we already have. As you know, Belgium and Congo have a long common history, but altogether with Germany, France, Japan, Netherlands, Norway, South Korea, Sweden, the United States, and the private sector, we have committed here in Glasgow a landmark sum of at least $1.5 billion to protect the Congo Basin forest. As often said, this summit cannot be only about speeches and about ambitions. Today it is about acting. Well, this morning we are showing here with these countries that we are acting. I thank you. And I give now the word to my colleague, Mr. Choi.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Byung-Ham Chair, Minister of the Korea Forest Service. First of all, I'm grateful to the UK presidency for presenting action on forests as one of the themes of the World Leaders Summit event at this COP26. Amid the climate crisis, forest is the area that can reduce greenhouse gas emissions at the fastest rate. Once forest fire and deforestation are well controlled. Forest is not only a carbon sink, but also the core of ecosystem, a foundation of biodiversity, clean air and water, and fertile soil. As President Moon Jae-in of the Republic of Korea yesterday said, forest is a crucial solution for climate crisis and carbon sinks. So it is very important to create and restore forests. Today, the Republic of Korea would like to talk about 2 points. First, in line of the Declaration on Forest and Land Use, Republic of Korea will expand forest cooperation and project with other countries based on Korean forest restoration experience. Korea is regarded as a role model in forest restoration in the world. Until early 1970s, our forests were severely devastated, but with strong public participation, we have successfully achieved forest restoration by planting over 10 billion trees since 1973 until now. In this way, great determination and efforts of the Korean people and government led to successful reforestation. So we would like to share our evidence-based experience and know-how with other countries. Now, Korea led the establishment of a forestry international organization called the Asian Forest Cooperation Organization in 2018. With 16 member countries, Korea is taking the lead in forest restoration in Asia. Korea not only restores tropical forest, but also dryland through Greenbelt Plantation Project in Mongolia and RRC project in Central Asia with practical know-how for ecosystem restoration. Moreover, Korea is participating in the Central African Forest Initiative as the only non-European country among its executive board members. Second, Korea will make a full effort to continue the global forest finance pledge discussions and to bring about more commitments with other countries during the World Forest Congress next year. The 15th World Forestry Congress will be held in Seoul, Korea on May 2nd to 6th next year, co-hosted by Korea and the FAO. It has been taking place every 6 years as the largest and the longest running international forum in forestry sector. There is also a ministerial level event for forest financing. In this regard, I hope that the action plan of the Global Forest Finance Pledge announced today will be showcased to the international community at the World Forestry Congress. Forests cover 31% of the global land area. The United Nations aims to increase this number to 34% by 2030. But now, the forest area is decreasing continuously. So I suggest that we take today's pledge as a powerful momentum. I hope the World Forestry Congress will gather strong commitment across the world and transform the UN decades on ecosystem restoration into collective actions together. I look forward to seeing you in Seoul, Korea, next May. Thank you very much.
Mr. Prime Minister, Mr. Chair, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I am immensely proud to be here on behalf of Norway today. Norway has been a pioneer in working with the forest as a climate issue for several years, and it's such a pleasure to see that so many countries are now catching up and taking really this stance on such an important issue. We are in the middle of a climate crisis and the nature crisis, and forests come into a solution of both. We're seeing now in this landmark declaration unprecedented levels of support. That is about finance, serious commitments to serious financing, public and private. And I want to underline that it's very, very important that the public finances is also supported by private, and that the private companies and others who come in here also not only pay, but also change behavior and are now working towards higher standards. We saw a commitment from commodity companies involved in the commodity markets, and there is now a clear movement to defund deforestation. defund deforestation. That's excellent. I also, as my colleagues, want to highlight the fact that we are now stepping up the work with our partners in the Congo Basin. That's super important. And then my second point is to underline the language on indigenous peoples. And as was already said by the chair, that's about justice. It's important because they've often been on the receiving end without getting much out of this work. So to highlight their plight and their role is important, but it's also very important because it makes it more effective, because few people know the forests better than indigenous people. So also to make them partners and agents of change to the better, I think is incredibly important. In solving the climate crisis, it's basically about two things. It's number one, it is to reduce emissions. And number two, it's about strengthening our ability to absorb and capture carbon and other climate gases. And you can't really do one without the other. There's no choice, you need to do both. And there are two ways to absorb and capture carbon. One is the industrial route, which I very much support, of course, CCS, carbon capture and storage. But there's another route which is immensely more effective and immensely less expensive, which is simply to allow nature to do what nature do best, which is to do that as they always have done in forests, in pitlands, and so on. So I think that the increasing understanding in the climate field is that you can't really get this done without a much stronger efforts on preserving and keeping up the ability of forests to give us the nature services that we need in carbon storage, but also clean air and clean water and sort of livelihoods. And the good news is that what comes with it is part of the solution to the other crisis, the nature crisis, the biodiversity crisis, because much of that is also contained in keeping up the standards of forests. So I'm really happy, really proud to see this, and I strongly encourage others also to join this flock of people who really now take forests seriously. And I will then leave a word to my French colleague.
Thank you. Thank you, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. It's my pleasure to be here today. These important declarations show the level of commitments to the forests in the time when we know that nature is our ally, part of the solution and a treasure we should protect. This collective pledge should be the beginning of a growing global mobilization. Now, if you don't mind, I switch in French. Cette COP26 clôt une année de forte mobilisation internationale pour le climat et la biodiversité après l'ouverture de la COP15 de la Convention sur la diversité biologique à Kunming et le Congrès mondial de la nature à Marseille. Nous le savons, il nous faut conduire des changements transformateurs pour répondre conjointement aux crises du climat et de la biodiversité. Les écosystèmes forestiers et terrestres sont des puits de carbone indispensables pour atténuer le réchauffement climatique. Ils ont également un rôle clé dans l'adaptation au changement climatique. Il est urgent d'agir, car si la déforestation et la dégradation des forêts se poursuivent au rythme actuel, alors les forêts deviendront émettrices nettes de carbone. La mobilisation de la finance publique en faveur des forêts est cruciale. C'est pourquoi la France est heureuse de contribuer à l'engagement collectif annoncé aujourd'hui. Nous espérons qu'il enclenchera une dynamique positive pour amplifier les financements internationaux publics et en faveur des forêts et des sols. La France se mobilise depuis longtemps en faveur des forêts, en particulier par le biais de l'Agence française de développement, mais aussi dans nos contributions à l'initiative pour les forêts d'Afrique centrale et au Fonds pour l'environnement mondial. Mais c'est une action globale qu'il nous faut engager en changeant nos modes de production et de consommation. La France s'y engage au niveau national et européen, à l'appui de sa stratégie nationale de lutte contre la déforestation importée. Elle a pour objectif de mettre un terme d'ici 2030 à l'importation de produits ayant induit la déforestation dans d'autres États. Cette stratégie est inclusive et vise à faire travailler main dans la main les pouvoirs publics, la société civile, le secteur privé et la communauté scientifique. La France porte la même ambition au niveau européen dans la perspective de la future initiative législative de la Commission sur la déforestation importée et elle soutient dans ce cadre une approche fondée sur la légalité et la durabilité. Des actions multilatérales coordonnées entre pays forestiers et non forestiers sont aussi nécessaires. L'Alliance pour la préservation des forêts tropicales et humides, initiée par la France en 2019, est forte de 32 États membres répartis sur les 3 bassins forestiers tropicaux du monde, porte cette ambition. Elle démontre que le multilatéralisme et le respect de la souveraineté nationale sont compatibles. L'agroécologie est également un exemple concret de notre action qui allie sécurité alimentaire, préservation des écosystèmes naturels et déploiement des solutions fondées sur la nature pour lutter contre le changement climatique. Ces objectifs sont au cœur de l'accélérateur de la Grande Muraille Verte qui a été lancé au One Planet Summit de janvier 2021. Sur les 16 milliards d'euros promis en janvier, près de la moitié sont déjà aujourd'hui engagés grâce à la mobilisation de nos partenaires africains pour développer des projets contribuant au développement d'une région particulièrement vulnérable. Je vous remercie et je passe la parole à Johan.
Briefly interrupt, apologize to Secretary Flassbart, but I will come straight to you. But the reason I'm interrupting is that we're very lucky to have President Duque, but I know that President Duque does not have very long and has got to go. So before that happens, we need to hear from this man. He's one of the world's great nature champions. He's changing the world as we speak. And before we hear from him, I've been asked if we could have a family photograph before we hear from President Duque. So could I ask the panelists to come the other side of the table very briefly? Thank you so much. I'm sorry to be disrupted.
I apologize. No problem.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, and my gratitude to you, Minister Goldsmith. It's a great honor to share also this panel, this opportunity, and I want to congratulate you for all you're doing to protect the environment around the world. First of all, I want to express that this meeting is historical, and it's historical because this is about the mobilization of resources to protect the environment around the world, and also to fight deforestation, to conserve, and to give hope to many people around the world. I want to emphasize something that is very important. We come to this great summit because we must act against the climate crisis that we face. But the decisions that we make in this summit will also have an impact on the COP15 that we will have on sustainability and biodiversity next year. Today, we acknowledge that if we really want to cut down emissions by 2030 and reach carbon neutrality, we have to put the concept of nature positive in our minds and hearts. And in order to achieve that, we need bold action, rapid action, and decisive action. And that is why Colombia today, it's announcing that we're not going to wait until 2030 to have 30% of our territory being declared a protected area. We're going to achieve this in 2022. We have also made the decision, and we announced it minutes ago, that we're expanding our maritime protected area in 16 million hectares in order to protect species and guarantee that we can have payment for environmental services and prevent the fishery that is affecting endemic species and unique species. And we want to celebrate as well the commitment that you have made today, Minister Goldsmith, of creating a fund of £300 million to be used to protect the Amazon. We definitely want to do a conservation strategy with payment for environmental services and natural conservation contracts with peasants and indigenous communities. Our most important objective is not only to reach that 30% protection of our territory, but be able to connect green finance with those purposes. That is what ensures the lasting sustainability of all these instruments. So, saying that, Minister Goldsmith and dear Excellencies and representatives of many organizations, this fund, this effort that mobilizes millions and thousands of millions, and the concentration of resources also in the Amazon, is a demonstration that we're going to come out of this COP26 with concrete and undisputable actions. One of these is to guarantee that 30% of Colombia will be declared a protected area in a country that has 50% of its land tropical forest, 35% of its land being Amazonic land, and it has 52% of the world's high altitude ecosystems. So we welcome this initiative. We are also motivated to achieve better results, and we know that with this mobilization of capital will not be only Colombia, but many other countries that will benefit from this very important decision. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to everyone. I'm going to come to Secretary Flaspard, and I apologize again for keeping everyone waiting.
Thank you, and absolutely no need to apologize. I was privileged to listen to President Duque. Really wonderful to have these leaders around here in Glasgow. I also want to thank all my colleagues here on the podium, but allow me specifically to address the UK. Lord Goldsmith, dear Thomas, we didn't meet before the pandemic, so it's the first time I see that you are a real person and not just on the screen. Thanks for hosting this enormously important event. Germany is for a long time committed to finance for forest protection. Together with our dear colleagues from Norway and the UK, between 2015 and 2020, we announced and committed ourselves to organize $5.8 billion for forest protection. And we did not only deliver, but we overachieved this announcement. So these three countries, all the other colleagues, apologies, but I have to mention that they are called GNU countries, GNU, Germany, Norway, UK. And the thing is, in Germany, GNU is a word for wildebeest. And as you all know, wildebeests are very strong animals, and more than that, they are migrating in crowds. And sometimes these crowds are growing, and that is what's happening. So I'm very happy. It's enormous. This is a very good day for our global forests, and it is needed. We are heading for a decade of implementation, and I don't want to repeat what all my colleagues wisely said about the multiple benefits of investing in forests in all dimensions. All this was and is true. But now we need to get into a decade of implementation. After more than 100 years of destruction and degrading of our global forests, we need this decade with three main pillars: reducing deforestation, followed by stopping deforestation, and already now we have to invest in restoration of degraded forest landscapes. And with this, we can benefit for the 1.5 degrees. With this, we can capitalize also for local income, and therefore Germany is extremely proud to be part of this enormous group. And sorry to mention this again, I did so in a meeting before, Barbara. This is another proof that this is not all about blah, blah, blah. I urge people out there to make a differentiation between useless words and what is happening on the ground. And here is a group that makes it happen on the ground.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your comments, colleagues, but also for your commitments. I have to particularly thank Germany and Norway because they were going through elections while they were being harassed by the UK. But I can tell you that they didn't need much harassment. These are countries that have been funding forests as part of our approach to climate change for many years, as other colleagues on the panel have. So I think we have time for some questions, if there are any, and I'm going to do two at a time, but I'm looking to the back for instructions in relation to the time. We have one, I'll do one in that case. You're the only hand at the moment.
No, there. Pardon me. My name's Patrick Greenfield. I'm a reporter with The Guardian. I wanted to ask, what does success look like? What does stopping deforestation actually mean?
Do you want to direct that to anyone in particular?
Well, you, Lord Goldsmith, and then also the Minister from Norway, you've spent a lot of money trying to halt deforestation around the world. Forests keep being destroyed. We've tried this before in 2014. How are these pledges going to be monitored? How is this transition going to happen? This is a huge commitment, but what happens next?
Okay, thanks very much. Shall I go first, or do you want to? So I'm going to give you a relatively simple answer. That is that the trends are heading in the wrong direction, despite lots of efforts by lots of countries and organizations over the years. But we've also seen signs of success. Indonesia, for example, has demonstrated quite significant successes in stopping the conversion from palm oil, from forest to palm oil. We've just had President Duque on the stage. My understanding is that the figures that either have or are about to be released will show record levels of slowing down deforestation in that country on the back of a number of initiatives that the Colombian government have been working on in alliance with particularly Germany, Norway, and the UK. So we know it is possible. The difference between this package that we've provided, that we've presented today, and previous packages, besides being significantly bigger, is that there are 11 core components to it, and each one of those components will reinforce the other. So there's no point just having leaders telling us that we're going to stop deforestation by 2030 if you don't have finance. There's no point having finance and those commitments if you're not also tackling the levers that are driving deforestation. That means breaking the link between commodities and deforestation. There's no point having even that package unless you don't also ensure that the financial institutions are in line with this aspiration, with this vision. We could raise all the public finance in the world, but it will never compare with the amount of money that's flowing into the problem through financial institutions, through banks, through multilateral development banks, through misplaced subsidies by governments. So I think we've got a package here which is complementary, mutually reinforcing, on a scale beyond anything we've seen before. But the final thing I'll say is that it will still require scrutiny. And that's why, to steal a phrase from Greenpeace, we want radical transparency throughout this process so that countries, businesses, financial institutions, multilateral development banks can be held properly to account at every step of the way. But I'm going to hand over to my colleague from Norway.
Well, first I would like to echo what Minister Goldsmith said. We have, as you said, quite a lot of experience in this, and we have seen the good and the bad of it. It's difficult. We have some successes. I would also highlight much of what was achieved in Indonesia as in reducing deforestation for palm oil and non-sustainable palm oil is a very good example. But I think success means that you're actually not only keeping forests, but you're stopping deforestation and you're transiting into sustainable ways of dealing with forests, and then you're reforesting, that you're actually building more forest. And that has to do with the financing we're coming up with, but it also has to be with behavioral change in the whole commodity chain and the finance chain. And of course, that's about legal norms. You also have to look into illegal activity and work with governments to trample down on serious forest-related crime, of which there is a lot. So you have some countries that are actually committed, but they still have to do better in policing. And then I think on the bigger picture, we need to put the price on nature. We need to make sure that the externality that relates to taking resources out of nature must have a price. And back home in our new government platform, we're saying that we want to start calculating nature risk, just as we're doing climate risk, and also how to develop a pricing system so that it's actually more costly to steal more areas from land. I know some of similar things are moving in this country. I think that's also part of a broader trend that we have to take into this. So making a much more conscious, making society more conscious about the pitfalls of doing it wrong and the benefits of getting it right.
The question was, how will it be monitored?
Satellite.
I mean, there's a lot of work been going in at the moment to figuring out exactly how different ecosystems, different part of the world, can have their success adjudicated and measured. But I think the technology now is so much more advanced than anything we had even 2 or 3 years ago, that it is possible to measure quite effectively, even not just forest loss, but forest degradation. And this is something, for example, that Colombia is investing in order to be able to properly understand and measure the progress against their own targets and aspirations that we just heard from President Duque. So I mean, clearly monitoring is essential, but I don't think there needs to be a single monitoring process applied in every country, no matter the conditions around the world. So this is a hugely important part of it, but I'm not convinced that there is a single answer. I don't know if any of my...
Can I just add that there's also quite interesting advances now on satellite imagery, and much more precise satellite imagery, more dedicated to actually checking that what is stated from a government is actually what's happening in reality, which of course is an important part of monitoring, in addition to more local level monitoring of practices.
Exactly right. Just final point on this. So we're talking about very significant sums of money, and of course it's public money, so the public will want to know that that money is being spent properly, and that hasn't always been the case in the past in relation to well-intentioned investments to try and stop deforestation. So the monitoring is an absolutely core part, for example, of LEAF, of the commitments that the countries here are making to the Glasgow Forest Pledge. We will need to be able to demonstrate that that money is being invested, that it's not being spent to subsidize failure. And that is an absolute core principle that runs through all the decisions and the agreements that we've made. But there are many ways in which that can be done. I'm being told we are out of time, but I feel that my answers are probably too long-winded. Are there any final questions, or should we'll make this the last question, if you don't mind.
Hi. Okay. Mark Deferrer for Euronews. A report this month by Global Witness highlighted how major banks in the UK, EU, US netted over 15 billion euros from deforestation since the Paris Agreement. Will you be using any legislation to stop the corporate interests in deforestation? For you, Lord Goldsmith.
I can't make any kind of unilateral declarations around legislation, but I can tell you that the principle behind the question that you just asked is absolutely spot on. As I said earlier, we could quadruple the pledge that we've announced today from public money. It will not match, it will not come close to matching the amount of money that's currently being invested in the problem, in causing deforestation. But I think that's why the commitments and announcements that were made today from the financial institutions, representing around nearly $9 trillion worth of investment, the commitment made by the big multilateral development banks to reconcile their portfolios with nature, not just Paris, and other commitments that are coming forward from the private sector around going nature positive are so important. And I would just add that those commitments, I understand, of course, that many people will be asking themselves, how do we know that these promises are going to be honored? How do we know these commitments are going to be kept to? But we do know from significant forest countries around the world that they're taking it very seriously. And it was precisely the signal sent by the private sector that has made our job easier in terms of getting those 114 countries to make the 2030 Forest Pledge. There's no doubt that we need to address the supply chains and investment and private sector issue that you've just raised, and I think today is a major part in doing so. And perhaps the commitments that have been made today will create an opening, not just in the UK but elsewhere, for a legislative approach. I'm going to call it, I think we're going to have to call it a day, because we've gone longer than we're supposed to, but I really do thank our remaining surviving panelists for their inspiring words and their commitment. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Sorry, if I cast everyone's mind out of the way quickly. Can we just stop that? Sorry, a bit of a rambling.
I'm ready to go. This is the modular version. I was trying to describe to someone how it works. I need you all the time. I need you by my side. No problem. I don't know, we're trying to talk about Jeff Bezos about the technical bit. Easy. Water out. Yeah. Power in. What goes on inside here then? Yeah.
So inside there's quite a few things, right? There's a stack here which is what's generated in hydrogen. Yeah. And then you also have an electric board, you have a KOH neck, electrolyte tank. These are part of a bunch of wiring, but it's super simple. And it's cost effective. An ion exchange membrane.
If you have one of these in your house,
so you have
I'm glad you know what that means. We'll be testing you later. Oh yeah, okay, good. And I'm right in saying we should put more on top of each other. It's modular, isn't it? Yeah.
So according to how much hydrogen you need, then you would stop them. And this is our standard electrolyzer. This one's 2.4. And then we're going into a megawatt scale. And that will be 40. And that's why we're going to stack our core stack. But it'll be very heavy.
And 1 megawatt being one container. And then of course as technology and innovation improves, trying to get more into that same space. We think to see what's happening in 10 years' time from now, it'd be amazing. You've got to start somewhere, so really well done.
What's the story, right? Actually, it came from my co-founders who wanted to live without making any carbon footprint. So we bought some prototypes of this system to live energy independent, which is solar and hydrogen. And then we realized, oh, we get this technology launch and have the chance to take over the technology to really scale it up. Initially, my personal motivation was replacing diesel generators with islands because I'm from New Caledonia. So I wanted to take out all the fossil fuels and really live green hydrogen because it's abundant renewable energy. Solar, water, that's all you need.
And then the hydrogen coming out, what pressure is it at?
Depends for which use case, right? So this one is about 30%. Then depending on the use case, you can adjust it for, example, refueling, $700 carbon cost.
Now they all know what Call the expert panel.
Yeah, the mass production will be determined once we connect it. Yes, exactly. I hope so. Yes. We're invited to the opening of the Ganapur campus.
So where are you based in?
And then, so what does that mean if you were a consumer and you had a fuel cell car? How many of these do you need?
This is where we need to be. Fantastic. Fantastic. And it's already in use. Yeah?
Your Royal Highness, Your Excellencies, Lords, Ladies and Gentlemen, please take your seats. Thank you.
It's a mobile charger. Let's get up there. Where'd you make this event? What's this one? What's this thing here?
Oh, yeah.
I saw one of these 20 years ago in Johnson Matthey in they try and separate out hydrogen and other. You use platinum.
That's why it makes it cost effective. So you can mass produce them and make them impact. So according to your hydrogen expense, you can stack them.
Are you serious?
That's it. Yes, and actually the
How much energy do you have to use? There's a button here saying stop. I press that. Very good. Fantastic. Congratulations. Thank you.
But we love everything. And everything, and it's great
No, but what, seriously, what do you need to do?
To make hydrogen for planes? Where are you based?
Your Royal Highness, Your Excellencies, Lords, Ladies and Gentlemen, please take your seats. Our presentation is about to begin. Thank you.
Where do you want us to go?
Our natural world has given us everything we need to survive and thrive, allowing us to lay the foundations of our successful civilization. Our desire for progress is boundless, our ingenuity astonishing. Breakthrough innovations like the wheel and electricity, plus modern medicine, technology, and engineering have improved the way we live, work, and connect with each other forever. We are the most intelligent beings on the planet, and yet we're destroying our only home. We have reached a turning point for humanity. We now must work together and use our ingenuity to tackle the climate crisis before it's too late. More progress is needed fast. From the types of energy we produce, to the ways we power our lives and get around, right down to the ground beneath our feet. What we do today could transform our economies and societies, impacting the planet for millennia. The following sectors contribute to over 50% of all greenhouse gas emissions: power generation, road transport, steel manufacturing, and agriculture. Cleaning up these sectors will help us halve global emissions by 2030 and keep 1.5 degrees warming within reach, protecting vital ecosystems, communities, and future generations, and boosting jobs and livelihoods globally. This vision can only be realized if we all work together. We've already made significant progress, but the pace of change is still far behind what is needed. That is why we're launching the Breakthrough Agenda, a global pact to work together to dramatically scale up clean technologies and drive down costs, making them affordable and available to everyone. Countries, businesses, people, and organizations from all over the world are coming together to make clean power the most affordable and reliable option for all countries. Zero-emission vehicles, the new normal. Green steel, the preferred choice in global markets. Affordable, renewable, and low-carbon hydrogen globally available, and make sustainable food and land systems more economical and attractive in all regions by 2030. By working together, we can harness the power of clean technology and innovation. Let's make the 2020s a decade of delivery.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, hello, and welcome to this accelerating clean technology innovation and deployment event. Thank you for being here today. I am Dana Strong, Chief Executive of Sky, a COP26 principal partner and media partner. In 2006, Sky became the world's first carbon-neutral media company. And this last February, we announced plans to reach net zero by 2030. To do that, we're transforming our business, cutting the carbon emissions created by us, by our suppliers, and by the use of our products in customers' homes by at least 50%. And yesterday, we released a new study here at COP on the power of TV to drive more sustainable behaviors from our viewers. Success across these areas will take collaboration, inspiring as many people as we can to join us on the race to zero, and investment in clean tech. That is why it is an honor to be here moderating this event, where we will see leaders, businesses, civil society, and young innovators all showing a commitment to work together to make this a decade of delivery. It's simple. We must act now to avert catastrophic climate change. To enable that, we must ensure that clean technology is the most accessible, affordable, and attractive option everywhere. That's exactly what we're here to talk about today. First, we will hear from a group of world leaders who have announced ambitious net zero targets and are taking steps to make them real this decade. We will then hear from the Duke of Cambridge and Venetia Amushankar about the Earthshot Prize and the inspiring innovations that are happening on the ground. Finally, we'll hear from businesses who are leading the way. It's now my honor to introduce our panel of world leaders and welcome and invite them to take their seats on stage. Please welcome His Excellency, Mr. Hage Geingob, President of Namibia. Her Excellency, Ms. Ursula von der Leyen, President of the European Commission, European Union. His Excellency, Mr. Joseph Biden, President of the United States of America. His Excellency, Mr. Narendra Modi, Prime Minister of India. His Excellency, Mr. Uhuru Kenyatta, President of the Republic of Kenya. His Excellency, Mr. Aziz Akanouch, Prime Minister of Morocco. Finally, may I please welcome His Excellency Boris Johnson, MP, Prime Minister of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, to the right lectern to kick off this first segment of the event.
Thank you very much, Dana. Well, good evening, everybody. Good afternoon, I should say, ladies and gentlemen. It's fantastic to see you all here, and I know that you'll have been paying attention scrupulously to everything I've been saying throughout this extraordinary summit, but I want to remind you of some key figures that you are worth remembering. And I just want to remind you that when I was a kid in this country, we got 80% of our power from coal. When I was mayor of London, and I first met some of my fellow world leaders, we got 40% of our power from coal. Today, that figure is down to 1% and it's going to zero by 2024. We're going to zero emissions for our vehicles, for our new cars by 2030. We're going to net zero for our whole power generation sector by 2035, not even making use of gas. How is it possible to do this? It's through technology. It's through the Promethean power of human invention. That is what is enabling us to make the progress that we are. And I want to see here from the Glasgow breakthroughs a new surge of initiatives to deal with some of the outstanding problems. And let me give you one in particular, and that is aviation. And it's a tough nut to crack. And we're spending, I think I can see Bill Gates dimly over there. I can see Bill Gates. Now, Bill and I just agreed jointly to spend, I think, £400 million trying to solve the problems of low carbon aviation, zero guilt-free aviation. And we've got to fix it. I'm going to be flying in a plane quite soon that has, I think, 35% sustainable aviation fuel. I mean, and the target at the moment is to get to 10% sustainable aviation fuel for the whole world by 2030. How pathetic is that? We can do better than that, folks. It was 100 years ago that Alcock and Brown, I think it was Alcock and Brown, flew the Atlantic for the first time, didn't they, with about 865 imperial gallons of petrol. We've made virtually no progress technologically since then in our approach to sending a plane up over the Atlantic. I want to see Alcock. I want to see, never mind Alcock, I want to see Alcock as the skipper of the next Jet Zero plane that will not rely on fossil fuels at all. And I think that we should be far, far more ambitious. And I just want to say thank you to His Royal Highness the Duke of Cambridge, because I think the Earthshot Prize is a terrific initiative. And I've just met some young people who've got plans for getting rid of, there's a machine over there about the size of a microwave. It looks suspiciously like a microwave, actually, that apparently can make very cheap hydrogen. Isn't that fantastic? I believe it. I'm a taker. She gave me her card. This could be the future. I think that we can crack these problems. And there are basically 5 key areas where we want to see the breakthroughs take place. They're in transport, they're in steel, they're in hydrogen, they're in agriculture, and above all, they're in power generation. And we can fix it. Go back to that initial statistic that I began with. We can do extraordinary things. You may not think that the weather is particularly beautiful here in the UK. Actually, it's wonderful, isn't it? The weather's not too bad today. It's been fantastic. Hasn't been quite up to Kenyan standards, Uhuru, but it's been pretty sunny today. And there are many days in which, thanks to our combination of solar and wind, we produce more than 50% of our energy from renewables. What we want, the whole objective of this summit now, is to take these inventions, take these breakthroughs, and get the finance, get the support to make sure that they are disseminated, they are spread around the whole world, so that the whole world shares in the Glasgow breakthroughs and shares in our agenda, and that we unite across the whole planet to tackle climate change. And there's one guy who particularly understands how to do that, and who shares that agenda, and who understands that a single hour of sunshine provides enough energy to power the whole Earth for a year. You know that, to power all human activity on Earth, I should say, for a year. The one man who understands that so well, and who's achieved absolutely extraordinary things in his own country of India, is the Prime Minister of India. And ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, there is one sun, one world, one grid, one Narendra Modi, and I have great pleasure in handing over to Narendra. Over to you.